I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, doing no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad,
yeah.
Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious, I'ma go cause some pain, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I won't obey. You cannot tell me what I cannot say. I'm here to last, so yeah, I'm here to stay. I'll live each second like my final day. You can't take that away, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
Okay, so this course is project based, so I'm not going to be stressing going over the theory of CSS. So in a nutshell, CSS is a way for us to style our web page. So what do I mean by that? So for example, if I go to any web page, so this website is actually, we're going to be using this website in the next video. We're going to be downloading VS Code for this video series. So I can right click on this website and inspect. As you can see, we have a bunch of HTML elements. I'm going to be explaining as well what HTML is as we go. There's so many elements. So these elements are being styled using CSS. So for example, when I click this Jumbotron, it has got a background color, which is also coming from CSS. We can modify this background color as we want. So that's kind of what CSS is used for styling the web page to our desire. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video where we're going to be downloading the code editor that we're going to be using, and also creating a new CSS file to see how it works. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so in this video we're going to be downloading a code editor which we're going to be using to write our code. So in this case, we're going to be using VS Code. There are a bunch of code editors online. You can use anything that you want. You can use Atom, or you can also use brackets. So it depends. It's up to you what you decide to use. But in this video, I'm going to be using VS Code. All you need to do is just download VS Code, and then you just need to follow the installation instructions. And after you finish, just open VS Code. Okay, so open VS Code. Actually, so this is a project I was doing earlier, so don't mind this. You're going to see something different. Okay, so after you open VS Code, or what you want to do is go to File and then open a folder which you want to save your project in. So in this case, I'm going to find a folder for me to save a project. So in this case, I'm just going to my drive and find anywhere just where I want to save my CSS projects. So in this case, I'm going to this C2 projects folder, and then I'm going to go to CSS, and then I'm just going to create a new folder in here, and just going to name it CSS course or something. Okay, and then this is the wrong spelling, CSS course, and then I'm just going to open again in this folder, open, and then this is a new folder, and then I'm just going to name this introduction, and then I'm just going to open again, select this folder. So now we are inside the introduction folder. Okay, so we just need to create some folders in here. So create a new folder. So this one is called styles. So this folder is going to contain our style files. Okay, so styles, and then for us to be able to use the CSS, we need to create an HTML file. So HTML is a way for us to, structure our page. Okay, so in here, I'm just going to do index.html with an HTML extension. Okay, so now we've created an HTML extension. So in this case, to write HTML, it's quite easy. So you should get a boilerplate on the internet. So if I do HTML boilerplate, okay, so, or I can go to W3 schools to find some HTML boilerplates. So in this case, this is the HTML boilerplate. Just download this. Okay, and then just paste this. Okay, so now we have some HTML. So to open this HTML, go to the directory of your project. So I'm just going to say Review in Explorer. And then once you review in Explorer, just double click to open your project, the index file. So now the index file, this is the wrong file actually. Actually it is, that's the one that we want. So as you can see, we have basic content in here. So there's nothing much going on here. So there's no CSS, nothing. So for us to be able to interact and add CSS to this, we need to go to the styles. And then here we're just going to create a new style. So this style is going to be called style.css. Okay, so with the CSS extension. So for us to be able to access this CSS file, we need to go to the index and then below the title, we need to link between the styles. So I'm going between the HTML and the style. So just type link. So it will autocomplete, and then in the href, so this is like where we're going to put the reference of this style CSS. We're just going to say styles, the name of the folder, and then slash and then style.css. So now we have linked the CSS file. But how do we know if it's working? So just go back to the style CSS and then just write body. So here we're like selecting the body of the website. So as you can see in here, so we have the body, and then the content is inside the body. So we go to the CSS in the body, and then we can do a background color, and then let's set this to red to see if our CSS is really working. Okay, so nothing happens. We need to refresh this page for us to see the changes. Okay, refresh. Okay, as you can see now, we have changes. Now our CSS is working. So we have confirmed that our CSS is working. I'll see you in the next video where we're going to be downloading some extensions, and I will show you how to use some of the extensions as well. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so before we go too deep, I need to introduce you to something, how to organize your files and how your files should flow and how your data should flow. So inside the body, let's say this is the body, like so that's the body, the content, like the container of all of our content. So whatever I put here is going to be in the body. So in the body, let's say I'm going to go to a website, right? Let's say I go to YouTube. I'll go to the YouTube website. So as you can see here on YouTube, we have some sections. We have the header, which is the header here, the area here, which contains the search bar, the logo and stuff. Okay, and then we have the main content. So this is the main content. It contains all of the videos and stuff. And here on the sidebar, we have like a footer, which is at the bottom. Okay, so other websites are going to be different. So if I go to MDN website, so here is the header. Okay, and then below down here, there's a footer section here. So we have header, so we have the footer, and then we have the content. So all of the content is inside the body here. So this is like the main content, and then we have the header content. Okay, so so it depends with the website you are using. So each website is different how they do the layout of the website, but usually when everything is in the body, we're going to say header. Header is going to be the first part of the website, and then after the header, we're going to have the main. So this will be the main section. All of the main content is going to be everything about the website. So that's where everything is going to be stored. And then after that, we're going to have footer. So this footer is responsible for the footer of the website, like this area here, down here. So that's like the footer of the website, and this is the main. And then up here, this will be the header. Okay, so that's how you want to do your website. So that's the basic of the layout. And then here in the header, we can have a navigation. We can say nav. So this area is going to be the navigation area. Okay, in the navigation. Also in the main, let's say in the main we have multiple sections. Let's say we have about section. I can say section, and then this section here is going to have a class of, let's say, about section. Okay, so I know this is the about section, so that's the container for the about section. So that's how we sort of organize everything. And then down here I can have another section. I can say maybe this is the news section. So that would be like the news section. Okay, so we're going to also talk more about classes and IDs, how to do these selections. So this is a class selector. And we can also maybe have the contact section within the main. Okay, so make sure everything is going to be in the main. And then within these sections, you might have some little sections inside there. So that's where something an HTML element called a div comes in handy. So a div is just like a wrapper, it's something like you use to wrap your content. Instead of doing this, like for example, I want an image, I can add images. So instead of doing like this, putting all of the images in here, this doesn't look really nice. So it's not really organized. So to make sure it's organized, I can create a div. So to do a div, just type div. So this will be a div. It's like a wrapper, and then we can give it a class name. a class. I can say maybe about, that's the class name, images. So I know, so this this division, this like small area, it's about image. It contains the images for the about. Okay, so I can put images in here. So I know like this little section here, at least it's organized. We can store some images in here. We can also create another div inside another div. I can say maybe this div is going to be I can say maybe I can give it a class. I can say maybe about image 1. So I know this division, this div is going to store image 1, and then I can create another div after that. I can say maybe this is going to store about image number 2. So you can nest these divs as much as you want, just to organize your data. So as you can see here, I can collapse this little section here. As you can see, it's organized. I can collapse it, because let's say I want to look for the about images. I can know this little section here, it's organized, instead of just putting the content everywhere. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to know, or be able, it will be difficult to try to understand everything. Okay, so you're going to learn more as we progress how these divs actually work, and you're going to see how powerful they really are. Okay, so let's say this is the section about the images, and then I can say maybe after that I can create another div. I can say div, and then I'm going to give it a class. Oops, I'm going to give it a class. So this class maybe is going to be the about text. So it's going to text to store some text. So now in here I can put some paragraphs and add some text, some random text. Okay, I can like add some random text in here. So in the about text I can add some paragraphs. So P is for paragraph. I can go down, I can create another div. I can say maybe div, and then I'm going to say maybe this div is going to store some I don't know, some more text. I can put in H3 and then change it to title. Let's say lorem ipsum. So that's just random text. Okay, and then I can put some more divs in here as well, just to try to organize the data of the website. Okay, so yeah, everything is flowing nicely. So we have the about section. I can collapse this. As you can see, it's organized nicely, instead of just putting everything randomly. So when we open the about section, we have some divs within it, and then these divs are also organized with more divs inside, organizing the content that you're trying to put on your website. Okay, as you can see, it makes everything really nice and organized. So yeah, as you can see, the div is really powerful to make everything organized. So this will be like a nicer way to do the website. So you have the header, you start with the header, and then in the main content you're going to have some multiple sections, and then you're going to give those sections some classes and names, so you to identify them, so you know which section it is. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the basics of the HTML layouts and stuff. Usually it's not that difficult. So if you start building some projects, you get used to it, you know how the HTML elements flow and how to put them into respective wrappers like divs or some sections or whatever. Yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so in this video we're going to be downloading some extensions to make the coding process easier and quicker. Okay, so because if we keep refreshing the page when we want to see changes, I don't think that's a good idea to keep like refreshing every time we make a change. So for example, if I change this to, let's say, green, so for us to see the change we have to refresh the page, but what I mean is we just want to see the changes immediately without refreshing the page. So to do that, we're going to download some extensions that are going to help us do that. So go to the extensions. So in the extensions, I'm pretty sure every code editor that you're going to use, they're going to have some extensions. Okay, so in this case I'm going to look for live server. Okay, so this is the extension for VsCode Live Server. So this extension requires us to just save the code without refreshing the website for us to see the changes. Okay, so after that, another extension that we need is HTML Snippets and CSS Support. So just install these plugins I've already done that, so I don't need to do it again. Install these extensions. After that, we also need, I think that's it, that's pretty much it. Actually, one more thing, ESLint. Okay, so install this ESLint. After that, that's pretty much it for now. Okay, so if we need anything else, we'll be back here. Okay, so now in this HTML, now we've downloaded the extensions, we can remove this. For us to use a shortcut to generate an HTML boilerplate using the extensions that we've downloaded, hold Shift and 1 and then enter, and then now we've generated the HTML boilerplate without writing anything. Okay, so here let's just change this to test. Okay, so now we just need to relink the CSS file, link, and then styles, and then style.css. Okay, so now we've linked everything. Okay, so now let's I will introduce you to some HTML tags, and then we're going to be styling those tags and introducing you to CSS selectors, or on how to select CSS items and stuff. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to right click on the HTML body and then open with live server. Okay, and then it's going to open with live server. So now if I go to this tab CSS, I can change this background color to red and then save, Ctrl S to save, and then the background will change without us refreshing the page over and over again. So this is going to save us some time, and also I can mess around with the color. Everything is changing. Okay, so now I'm going to delete this style. So for us to write a paragraph, we just need to use a p tag, and then we can write anything in here. So this lorem, it's just like a plugin that you can download here. You can say lorem, and then you can download the extension lorem. So this lorem actually makes you generate the lorem ipsum text. It's like a random gibberish text. Okay, so when you want to generate the text, you just need to type lorem and the number of words that you want to be generated. In this case, I can say, let's say 30, and then it's going to generate 30 words. So now we have 30 words. So if I want to create another paragraph, I can go below that, and then I can say lorem 20, and then it's gonna generate 20 words as well. Actually, I need to create a paragraph first, so it's a p, and then I'll put it inside a paragraph. Okay, so now we have some paragraphs. We can mess around changing the text, the font size, and everything. So to select in the CSS the paragraphs, I can select like this p. So if I select like this, if I target the paragraph, it's going to target every paragraph inside the website like this. So if I say color, I can change this color, let's say to green. So as you can see, it's changing all of these paragraphs, the colors. But we don't want to, so in some cases, we don't want these paragraphs to have the same colors. So for us to be able to select a specific item or paragraph, we can say maybe we can give this paragraph a specific class name. So a class is a way for us to select specific elements inside the HTML body. So in here we can give any of these elements inside the body a class, and then we can select those elements using a specific class. So in this case, I can say maybe first paragraph, first para, so that's the class name. So if I go to the CSS to select that using the class, I can say dot, so that's the class, and then I can paste, Ctrl V to paste. Okay, and then in here in this paragraph, I can change this to a different color. I can say maybe color, I can give a color of maybe red or something. I'm using an extension that's auto-completing this, like it's called a GitHub Copilot. So this extension is for another video, it's not for this video. Okay, so now we have a red paragraph. It's red now because we're using the class. We're selecting a specific paragraph instead of selecting everything that we have. Okay, so another way of selecting elements is, for example, I'm going to create a div. So this div is like a section which you can also like put some elements inside. Okay, so for example, I'm just going to put another paragraph in this div, and I'm also going to put another paragraph below, and then I'm just going to general lorem. I'll say 20. Okay, so we have another two more paragraphs. I can also mess around with the background color. I can say slate blue for the background color of the first one. So as you can see, we have a different background color here. Okay, so now we can also mess around with this actually this class div. We can change it to a different name, to let's say para container. So for paragraph, para container, so it contains the paragraphs. So in this case, I can try to select this class name, the para container, which is the div. Okay, and then I can give it a background color to light blue, and then it's going to have a background color of light blue. But I want to also target the paragraphs individually inside the para container, because as you can see, this color is still coming from here. It's green, so we've put all the paragraph tags to green, everything except the ones which we put a specific class on it, and then we can customize the styles. But every paragraph is going to inherit the styles that are coming from here. Okay, so now we have the para container. We can we're targeting this container, and then it has two children, the first paragraph and the second paragraph. So in this case, I might want to target the first paragraph. I can say dot para container. So I want to target the first paragraph, or if I do para container p, I'm targeting all of the paragraphs inside. I can name this, I can give this a different color, like maybe red, and then now they're red because I'm targeting all of the paragraphs container, elements inside the para container. So these elements, I can target the first child using something called a pseudo selector. So if I want to target the first paragraph, I can say put like these I don't know what these are called, I forgot the name. So it's just like that, and then you name it like first child. So that's the name of the pseudo selector, first child. So I'm targeting the first child, which is the first element, the first paragraph element inside the para container. So I'm just targeting that first child, and then I want to give that a color of maybe, let's say, gold. Okay, and then as you can see, the first paragraph is now gold. Okay, so we're selecting the container, and then we're targeting the first paragraph inside it. Okay, so if we want to target the second child, so we can say dot para container. If we want to target the second child, we can do p. So actually, so this second child is actually the second child and the last child. So if you want to target the last one, you can do the same thing we did here, but as a last child. Okay, but in this case, we don't want to select as the last child. We can do nth child. So this nth child, it lets us select a specific item. For example, I can put a number here. I want to select item number 2, so paragraph number 2. I can say, let's say we have, let's say, 10 paragraphs. I can say I want to select paragraph number 10. So, and then you can give it a specific style. So in this case, I'm going to say maybe color blue to this second paragraph. Okay, as you can see, now we have a blue color. So I'm just going to put another paragraph in here. So we have now 3 paragraphs. Okay, so this paragraph, the third paragraph, it doesn't have styles yet. We can say nth child, and then we can put it 3. So you can copy and paste by highlighting the code you want to copy and paste. Control C to copy, and then Control V to paste. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to change this color from blue to something else. So this is the child number 3. So now we have this color. So instead of selecting like this, we can do the one like last child. We want to target the last one, so we can do last child. So we're targeting the last child, and then we can give this color to purple. Okay, so now we have a purple color. So that's a way to select that. Okay, so we can also, instead of doing these kind of selections as well, we can give them unique class names. Okay, so the class names have to be unique unless you want to use the same styles for other elements. As long as the class names are unique, you can style this differently. But if I want to inherit the styles from this paragraph, what I need to do is just copy this class name and then say class and then put it here. So it's going to inherit whatever styles are coming from this class to whatever element you're using this class. So if I save, now it's inheriting. Now it has a background of slate blue as well, because it's inheriting that class, the styles that are coming from that class. Okay, so now we've selected the using the classes. There's another way we can also select these elements. We can also use something called an ID to select elements. So in here I'm gonna say, let's say ID. Okay, so ID, I can say PID or para ID. You can name this whatever you want. So para ID. So we can select using this ID. So to select something using an ID, we need to use something called we need to use a hash, actually, a hash, and then we can select the ID with using the ID. So para ID, I can give this a background color of something maybe black. Okay, so that's a way to select using the hash. So that's the hash means ID, the dot is a class. Okay, so as you can see, now we have a background color of black because we're using the ID selector. Okay, so before I finish this video, I just want to say there are many ways of selecting HTML elements and stuff. So you're going to see some of them as we go forward with the videos. You're going to see many ways of selecting. I'm just going to show you as we go through as well, because I don't want to waste your time going over the theory and explaining one by one stuff. So I'm just going to show you as we go and everything. Okay, I'll see you on the next video. Okay, so in this video we're going to be learning how to do spacings. Okay, so in this case, as you can see, this kind of is crammed like together. So sometimes we might want to space, to give some spacings, change the font and everything. Okay, so what we can do is, we've already done the selectors. So I can say, for example, I want the paragraphs to be spaced out. So to do that, we can use something called a margin. Okay, so I can say margin top. So I want to say margin top. So I can say maybe 20 or 40, 50 pixels, whatever value you want. So pixels are the values used to measure some stuff in CSS. So as you can see, now we have spacing. So we gave it a margin. Okay, so instead of doing margin top, we can say just margin. So if we write margin like this, the first value is going to be top and bottom. Okay, I can say maybe 60 pixels top and bottom, and then left and right, that's the second value. I can say maybe 0 left and right. Okay, so now as you can see, there's a margin around it. Okay, all of these paragraphs, they have a margin top and bottom. So now they're spaced out. So when I want to see how much margin that I have, you can press F12 or inspect. So I'm just going to select the body, and then I'm going to say the first paragraph, I'm going to select this. As you can see here, it does have a margin top and bottom 60 pixels, and then when you have around it, you can see the space, the yellow space here, how much space we're spacing out. Okay, so this margin is kind of it's like the space outside the element. It's outside of the element that we want to give the margin to. Okay, it kind of goes outside the element, but sometimes we might want the space coming inside from the element to space around, and then the content, we want the content to be in the middle. So to give a different kind of spacing, we can say padding. So padding is the spacing inside, not outside like margin. So I can say padding top and bottom 24 pixels, and then left and right 10 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to save. Okay, as you can see now, there's spacing inside the paragraphs instead of outside. Okay, so this is kind of what we want to do: spacing out inside and then margin spacing outside. So when I have, again, as you can see, inside there's another box which shows the padding, and then outside it shows the margin. Okay, so that's it for the spacings. Now let's look at other HTML styles. So after the padding, we can also do a border. So a border is like a small border around the elements. So in this case, I might want to do all of the elements. I can say 1 pixel, not pixel. It's like a small value, and then solid. That's going to be the kind of border that we want. Is going to be solid, and then the color is going to be hash. I think I'll do 777 or 333. So the colors have to be in a hex value or RGB, RGBA and stuff. You see as we go. I don't need to explain some of the things, you know, they kind of make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to save. So now, as you can see, we have a border around every element, the paragraphs. Okay, so that's the border. So we can also change this border from solid to dashed to something with small dashes. Okay, so it's going to be like dashed like this. Okay, so now the border is dashed. We can also modify what this paragraph's border. I can give this a different border. I can say border. So this one is going to have, let's say, maybe 3 pixels, solid and red. So that's the border. So as you can see now, this border is kind of much thicker than the rest of the borders because we've modified the border. Okay, so now that's it for the borders. So we can also round these corners using something called a border radius. So we can round this. So to use a border radius, we just need to type border radius, and then we can give it a value, let's say maybe 30 or 30 pixels. It's going to apply, like it's going to round the corners accordingly. So it depends with the value that you want. So in this case, I'm going to inspect, and then I'm going to click this paragraph and then go to the styles. So this border radius, I can modify it here to kind of look at the values to see what matches what I want. And then if I want this kind of value, let's say I want 24 pixels, I can go back and then change this value to 24 pixels. Okay, so as you can see, that's how it looks now. So you can kind of, you know, visualize the styles that you want to do using the inspector. You can also change the color just to visualize the colors of what elements you want to change. Okay, so that's it for the, you know, spacings. So we have margins and stuff. Okay, I'll see you in the next video where we're going to be looking at positioning some elements. Welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be looking at how we can position the elements of our web page. I'm going to be creating a few more elements inside the HTML body. So I'll go down after the para container. I'm going to create another div. A div is like a container. You can use it for anything. So I'm going to say, so I'm using an extension. So we've downloaded the extensions. So for us to be quick about writing the elements and give it a class, we can just say dot and then give it a class name. So in this case, I want to say maybe boxes. That's the name of the container, boxes. So this container is going to contain boxes. Okay, and then I can hit enter. So this is coming from an extension. It makes us write the code very quickly instead of writing one by one div and doing a box. So in this case, I'm going to say dot box. Okay, so it's going to create a box. So in this case, I want to create like 4 boxes or 5, 6 boxes. So to create 6 boxes, I want each box to have a different class name as well. So it's going to have two classes, box and box number. So in this case, I want 6 boxes. They're going to have a class of box and box 1, box 2, box 3, depending on the box. Okay. So to create another class after this, I'm going to say dot box and then slash. It's not a slash, it's a dash. So in this case, I want to have a box number. So hold shift and put a $, and then multiply by a number of boxes you want to create. Okay, so this $, is going to increment the box number depending on how many boxes we create. For example, if we do 6, it's going to say box 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to increment according to how many boxes that we want to create. So in this case, I'm going to multiply these boxes by 6. Okay, so as you can see now we have 6 boxes, but if I go back to the page, I can inspect. I'm going to go to the body. I'm looking for the boxes, but they're nowhere to be found. It says boxes, it's down here. It's actually down there, but we don't have the styles here. We don't see them because it's just an empty div. Okay, so for these boxes, for us to see the boxes, I'm just going to select the class name with using a class. Okay, so I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say box. Okay, I'm selecting the class name. So we can give these boxes kind of a width, a height, and a background color. In this case, each box is going to have a width of 200 pixels or 400 pixels rather, and then we can have a height of 400 pixels. Also, so if we do a background color here, each and every box is going to have a background color of this light green. Okay, so we have now 6 boxes, 400 by 400 pixels. They each have the light green. So we can leave this color as it is. So this will be like the default color of the box. So just in case we don't assign each individual box a color, by default it's going to have a color of light green. I can't even pronounce it. So I'm going to target the boxes now. I'm going to say box 1. So we have 6 boxes, remember? So box 1. So box 1, I'm going to give it a different background color. Let's say maybe slight blue. And then I'm going to target all the rest of the boxes. So in this case, I'm going to say box 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Actually, the 6th, I'm not going to be bothered changing the 6th. I'm just going to change these colors here to different colors. You know, I'm overthinking this. It doesn't matter what color you put. Okay, so just change the colors to whatever colors that you see fit. Okay, I'm going to save this. So now we have these boxes, right? Okay, so these boxes are kind of in a container called boxes. There it is. So if you highlight this element, you can see the container, the big container of boxes. Okay, so we want to maybe position these boxes around this page or inside the box container. We want these boxes to be side by side. Okay, so maybe also I might want to take this box out of this container and put it somewhere on the website. Okay, so how do we do that? So in this case, if you want to take this box and put it somewhere elsewhere in the website or whatever, we're going to be, for example, I'm going to take box 2. So for us to position this box 2 somewhere else, I'm going to say position absolute. So it's going to have an absolute positioning. So we're going to position it anywhere that we want to on the website. Okay, so it's absolute positioning. So I can say maybe top. I want this to be at the top 0, which is at the top of the page. So top 0. If I do top maybe 20 pixels, it's going to leave 20 pixels from the top. Okay, but in this case, I want it to be at the top. Okay, like at the 0. I don't want the box to leave any space. So that's why I'm using top 0. So now as you can see, the box is all the way up at the top. Okay, and I can also say it's going to be maybe left 0. So it's going to be like maybe 0 at the left as well. I can also put to the right side. I can say right 0. You get the idea. Right 0. So there it is on the right side. So maybe I might want to center it in the middle of the website. How do we do that? So to center this on the middle of the website, we can say top 50%. 50%. Okay, so it's top 50%. I said right, it's actually top 50%, and then left 50% as well, because we want it to be centered in the middle. But I don't think you can see this, it's not like really nicely centered at the center of the website. So if I inspect this, it's actually centered, but it's centering using this corner right here. So this corner is like centered in the middle, but I want this box to be centered right here. Okay, so this whole box instead of the corner. Okay, so to do that, we're going to use something called a transform, and then we're going to translate this. So we're going to translate minus 50% on the x-axis, so it's going to sort of, you know, move minus 50% relative to this corner. Okay, and then we're also going to do minus 50% on the y-axis as well, and then it's gonna go up a little bit, minus 50%, and then it's gonna be centered like nicely right here. Okay, I'm going to save here, save. As you can see, now the box is nicely centered on the page. Okay, so it's like right at the center of everything. So sometimes I might not want this box to be at the top of these elements. I want it to be maybe behind these elements. I can say, so to change the view, I can say z index. So in this case, I want it to be behind all of the elements. I can say -1. Okay, and then it's going to go behind all of the elements. So by default, I think these elements have a z index of 1, I think 1 or 0, and then there will be so you have to kind of, you know, change the values of the z index. So if I want this to be at the top, I can say z index 3. So maybe this one z index 2. So if I want to, you know, kind of mess around with the visibility. Okay, so this box came out of outside of this box container. So for us to make this box stay within this container, the box's container, if I inspect this, okay, for us to make this box stay in here, so sometimes we might not want it to move outside of this container. To make it stay, so if we're using a position absolute on an element, we need to use a position of relative on the parent container that we want this box to move around. So by default, the body have a position of relative. So in this case, by default, we didn't specify a parent container which we want our box to move. In this case, by default, it's going to move around the body, because by default, the body has a parent container, as a position of relative. So this position absolute element is going to move within an element which is a position of relative. The parent has to have a position of relative. So in this case, the parent is the body. So this box is going to move within the body. So if I want this to stay within the box, I need to give these boxes, the boxes class, a position of relative. So if I give that box's position of relative, this box is going to stay within the box, because the nearest parent with a position of relative is going to be the boxes. Okay, so if I go here, I'm gonna say dot boxes. I'm gonna target the boxes. I can say maybe position of relative, and then save. As you can see, now it's centered within the boxes, div. Okay, because this box 2, it looks for the nearest parent container with a position of relative, which our boxes happen to have position of relative. But if I were to remove this, the nearest position relative parent is the body. Okay, if I were to activate this, the nearest position relative parent is boxes. So that's how you can kind of, you know, move around the elements within the boxes or wherever you want to move these elements. Okay, alright, I think that's it for the basics of CSS and everything. I don't want to go I don't want to like go introduce you to every single CSS stylings and everything. I don't want to introduce you to all of the CSS functionality in, you know, separate videos. So it's better to learn as we go by doing actual real world projects. So I was just kind of showing you the basics of how to do some other stuff like positioning and stuff. So yeah, I'll see you in the next video. Actually, we're going to the next section, which we're going to be learning about Flexbox and the grid maybe. So I'll see you in the next series. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to be learning about variables. So variables are basically some values that are going to change over time depending on the conditions. Let's see how to do some variables. As you can see, I'm inside a new folder. Go to the desktop or wherever you want to save your projects and create a new folder, and then open the folder to use that folder. So in this case, that's the folder I'm using. It's called coding ground. I'm going to create a new HTML file. I'm going to say index.html, and then a new style file. .css. Okay, so if you remember how to generate the boilerplate, so hold shift and 1 and then press tab to generate the boilerplate. I'm going to say variables. Okay, and well, instead of we're also going to select. So this is an all selector. So this style means we're going to select everything. We're going to do page resetting. So by default, the page is going to have a margin and the padding. Actually, I'm going to show you what that looks like before we do resetting, and then I'm going to tag the body. Before we do anything, we need to link the file, and then I'm going to say style. We're going to link the style CSS. Okay, so we can also make some comments inside the HTML file. To do a comment in HTML file, we just need to use this like this here, like this, and then we can make a comment. I can say boxes because I'm going to be creating boxes. So that's how you do comments. Comments are ignored, so that they're not going to be causing any errors or get read by when the document is getting read. So that automatically ignored. So you don't need to worry about comments. You can add as many comments as you want. So yeah, it doesn't matter. So comments actually also makes the code more readable. And if you forget where you left off, or you can read the comment to remember what you were doing the last time you were like making some changes in your code. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to comment boxes because I want to create some boxes. So I'm going to create a class with a box class, and then another class dot box. So I want to increment the boxes. I want to create 4 boxes starting from box 1 all the way to 4. To increment, we use a $sign if you want to use the shortcut, of course, and then multiply by the amount of boxes that you want to create. And then now we have 4 boxes incrementing from 1 to 4. So these boxes, each individual box, I'm gonna take a box. I'm going to give it a width. So the width of each box, I'm just going to say 10% roughly, and then height of 10 VH, viewport height. So that's the VH. It means like the whole viewport, the height of the viewport. Okay. So each individual box, I'm going to start from box 1 all the way to box 4. I'm going to say background color. I'm going to say red is temporary. Okay. So box 1, 2, 3, and 4. We just need to give these boxes different colors. Okay, so we actually need to open this with live server to see what. So now we have 4 boxes, but they don't really do anything. So now we need to keep changing the colors of each individual box. So I'm just going to paste in random colors on each individual box. Okay, so you can use any colors that you want. Okay, Okay, so any colors that you really want to use, it's up to you. Okay, so now we have the boxes. So now I want the background color for the body. So for the body, I'm going to say background color. I'm going to put like a dark color. There it is. So now we have these boxes. So I want these boxes to be centered, maybe somewhere here. How do we do that? So to do that, we can inspect the body, and then we're going to look for the boxes. Okay, actually these boxes, they should be in a class, in a container called boxes. Okay, boxes like this, and then we'll put them in that container, in the boxes container. Okay, like that. So now these boxes are in a container called boxes. Okay, so we can, to center this, we can do something called, using something called a Flexbox. I'm going to show you what a Flexbox does in a few videos. For now, just follow what I'm doing, because I want to center this. Do display, and then you say flex. Okay, so if you do a display flex, that means all of these items are going to be next to each other, side by side. Okay, we can even space these items here if we want to. We can say justify content. So justify content, it means we want to mess around with this content horizontally. Okay, so I can say maybe center, they're going to be centered, and then I can say end, or flex end, flex start. That means they're going to start at the beginning. And then we can say space between, or space evenly. They're going to live evenly spaced, and then they can be spaced between. So it's really up to you what property you decide to use. So in this case, I'm going to say we're going to space them around. Okay, and we can also align items to center. So we're going to center this like vertically, but we need to give the boxes, the actual boxes, the container, a height of maybe 100%. So the boxes, let's give it 100 VH, actually, instead of 100%, 100 VH. Okay, so now the boxes are now centered. Okay, but as you can see, we have a scroll bar. We didn't do page resetting. We need to reset the page, as I explained earlier. So I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to go back, and then I'm going to say boxes. Okay, I'm going to paste in those styles that we've done in the browser. So now we have the boxes. Okay, but it seems to be like there's a margin somewhere. So if I check the body, as you can see, there it is. So that's why we need to reset this margin and get rid of it. So we're going to say box sizing. We're going to say border box, and then margin, we're going to set that to 0. We're going to reset to 0, and then padding 0, because this style, we're saying everything by default. We don't want anything to have a margin. We're padding by default. Okay, so that's why we're selecting everything. We want to get rid of any unwanted margins and paddings. Okay, so now we have the items. So let's say I have like thousands of items in the body. So I have to look for that item in the code. I have to like scroll down thousands of lines and then look for that item. If I want to change the background color, let's say this item and this item, they're using the same color. I'm gonna copy this. They're using the same color, right? So I want to change the color of these two items here. I have to scroll down until I find those items, or I have to search looking for those items and change the color one by one on each individual item. Let's say I have thousands of items. So that doesn't seem to be very efficient. So that's where variables come in. So to define variables, we can say like this, root in here. So to make a variable, we can say, let's say color pink. So that's the name of the variable, color pink. And then what we need to do is just paste in the color that we want to keep in a variable. So that means every time that we call this variable or want to use this color pink, we just need to use this name. So this, when we use the name, CSS will automatically know that we're using this variable, which is this color. So in this case, to use this variable, I can just type var, and then I'm gonna put that pink color. Okay, so var, it means we're using a variable. so that's why we're using var. And then here I can say var, and then we put the pink color. So that pink color, if you want to make changes, we don't need to scroll down. We just need to go up here and say, maybe I don't want this pink to be pink anymore, I want it maybe to be green. So we can just change this pink color to be to a green color instead of changing each individual item one by one. So I can just change the property of the color, and now as you can see it's green. We can mess around with to change it to a different color. We don't need to change each item individually. We can just change the variable property. As you can see now, everything changes. Okay, so we can do a variable basically for anything. So instead I can say, maybe I want my website to have a consistent border radius. Let's say maybe I want to have like 7 pixels of border radius consistently on the website. So I can say, okay, so I can give a variable, say border radius, border rad. I can say, border radius, I don't know, radius. It depends what you decide to name your variables. I can say border radius, I can say medium, MD for medium, and then I can say this is going to be a border radius of maybe 10 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to remember this border radius here. So this will be the medium border radius that I'm going to be using consistently around the website. So if you want to, so this border radius, you can use it to as many items as you want on your website. So, and then sometimes you might decide you want to change this value. You can just come here and mess around with this value instead of changing each individual item one by one. So in this case, I want all of these boxes to have this border radius. So I'm just going to do like box 1, box 2, box 3, and then box 4. Okay, so I want all of these to have border radius. I can say border radius, I can say var. We're using the variable, the border radius variable. So now when I save, we should have a border radius, but it's not there. Box 1, box 2. I need to put a comma here like this. Okay, I'm gonna save. Okay, so now as you can see, we have a border radius, okay, of 10 pixels. So each item is inheriting the border radius variable. So let's say I don't want this border radius anymore. I want it to be something bigger. I can just come here and then change it to 30 pixels. And then, yeah, as you can see, it's updating according to the variable. We can mess around with the variable. It's changing as we want to. Okay, so as you can see, everything is really nice using variables. We can also do the font size with the variable. We can say font size, okay, and then in the font size we can say the default font size 18 pixels, and then across the website we can say in the body we can define and say font size. By default the font size is going to be var font size, and then when we decide to change the font size, we can just change the variable. We don't need to change anything, only the variable, that's what we need to change. Okay, so we can also make this some transitions. We can say maybe I want a transition variable. I can say maybe transition trans for transition variable. I can say I want to transition everything 0.4 seconds is in and out. Okay, so this will be like a transition variable. So whenever I want to transition something, we can just use this variable and then we can transition everything that we want to. So we can also comment in CSS. To comment here, we have to use slash and then star and then another slash, and then here we can comment. I can say variables. That's how you do comments in CSS, variables like that. And then I can say maybe boxes. Okay, so make sure your comments have meaningful names. So whenever you want to comment something, so just make sure you know what you're commenting about and stuff. So just in case when you come back another day and you want to look at the comments, you have to know what it means. Yeah, so that's how you do variables and comments. Okay. Yeah, so that's it for the variables video. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, welcome back. In this video we're going to be looking at Flexbox, how to do Flexbox. So we've done a little bit of Flexbox on the last video, but I didn't explain to you what it is and how to do some Flexbox stuff. I'm going to close everything here, and then I'm going to delete everything. I'm actually going to keep the boxes. Actually, I'm going to keep the boxes, but I'm going to delete everything in here in the boxes container here. I'm going to delete that, and then now we have boxes. We have boxes number 1 to all the way to 4. I'm going to reopen this. As you can see, we have 4 boxes, 1 2 3 4. I'm going to get rid of the border radius. I'm going to change the variable value. I'm going to put it to 7 pixels. Okay, and then all of the boxes will now have 7 pixels. We can do another variable here. We can say this, margin SM for small, and then you can say maybe 5 pixels, I don't know. And then on each individual box you can say margin, and then top and bottom you can say maybe you want space to give the margin top and bottom to, actually you want to give a margin around everything, so you do margin, use the margin variable here. So now each box is going to have a margin, it's going to have a spacing around it of 5 pixels. That's what we wanted. Okay, so to do flex, so we want to put these boxes side by side next to each other. So a flex is going to go, by default, it's going to go in a row, next to a single row. So you can say display flex on the parent container of the items that we want to put side by side. So in this case, when I inspect, I want this box to be side by side. So to make sure they're side by side using flex, the parent container is the boxes container. So that's the parent. That's where we need to do the display flex, in the boxes. So I can say display flex. Okay, so now the boxes, if I put the flex in here, the boxes are going to be side by side. Okay, so there they are. So that's the boxes that we have, and then we are saying each box is going to have width, I believe was 10% of the width. Okay, let's increase that to 20%. Okay, so now we have 4 boxes, each have a width of 20%. Okay, so let's increase that to 20%. Okay, so now I'm going to inspect again. I'm also going to increase the height of this to 20 VH to make it more of a square. Not a square really, but to make it more bigger. So now when I inspect, when I start to decrease the width, these items are going to be getting squashed. Okay, so I don't like this idea of these items to get squashed like this. Okay, but before we start working on how to not make the icon get squashed, I'm going to gonna add some text in here. I'm gonna say H1. I'm gonna say box 1. I'm gonna copy this just to label the box to know which box it is. So here I'm gonna say box 2. Okay, so down below I want to say box 4, actually box 3, and then here I'm gonna say box 4, just to know which box it is, and then save. After you save, so now you can see we have some labelings, so now we know which box it is. Okay, so now so if for example I want to let's start by rearranging these box items. If I want to, for example, this box to be on the first one, I can say, well, I can go to the third box. I can say order, the order property, and then 1. I put 1. I want this box to be on the first one. So oops, I think, did I do the correct box? So box number 3, order 1. Actually, it's -1. I believe it's gonna shift box 3 to -1. Okay, so there it is. So if I do 1 is positive, it's gonna go to the next one, which is the positive, and it's gonna go to the next one. But if I do minus, it's gonna go back -1. That's the positive. Negative, I mean, it's gonna go minus. So as you can see, box 3 is on the first one. Okay, so if I want to do box 2, I'm gonna shift this box 4. I'm gonna say order. So for example, you can shift this to any order that you want. Box 4, let's do a random order. I can say, well, box 2 order number 2. Nothing happens. So when I inspect box number 4 order 2, you can change so you can mess around with the values here. If you do -1, it's gonna shift -1 again. It's gonna go next to the box number 3. If I do -2, that means it's now more, it's like gonna go to the first item, because now it's -2, which is less than -1. That's why box number 3 is now in front of box number 4. Okay, so you can sort of try to order this using these values here. So if you want this to be on the first one, box number 1, we can do the order again. So this will be order -3. Okay, so box number 1, there it is, order -3. You can use the order property to try to shift around these boxes if you want to. Okay, that's how you can do that. Okay, so now that's it for the ordering, how you can order the boxes. Now I'm going to refresh this. So now let's do something. Let's say we want to align these boxes. I want them to be at the center horizontally. Okay, so how do we do that? So we go to the parent where we did the display flex. We can say align justify content. If we want to do the horizontal, we can say center. Okay, so we're centering these items horizontally. Okay, so now as you can see, they're now centered on the horizontal line. But so sometimes you might also want to center these vertically. So how do we do that? Well, we need to also, to center this vertically, we need to use something called align items. So let's go back to the boxes. I'm going to say justify content center. We're centering the items, and then to center these vertically, you can say align items and then center. They're going to center vertically, but well, as you can see, they're not centered vertically because we didn't define the height of the parent container. Okay, so the parent container doesn't have any height. If there is any height, let's say for example 100 VH, the entire viewport height of this site is going to center nicely based on the height. So I can say maybe boxes height, I can say actually let's do a min height. That's the minimum height. The minimum height of these boxes is going to be 100 VH. So that's the minimum height. So as you can see now, these boxes, they're now centered nicely, both horizontal and vertically. They're centered. When I inspect, they're nicely centered, both horizontal and vertical. Okay, we can also try some properties to justify these boxes. So instead of justify center, we can change to, I'm going to make the screen bigger. We can change to maybe in justify content, we can say maybe center or end. So they'll be at the end, which is the right side, or flex end. They'll go to the flex end, which is the right side in this case, because we're using flex in a row. We're not using in the column. It's in a row now. By default, the flex is in a row direction. Okay, so the end is going to be the right side, the end of the flex. Okay, so which is flex end, or flex start, which is the left side where it starts, the left side. Or we can do inherit or initial. Initial is just the default state. So it means like we didn't do any, just the default, like when you do display flex, that's the initial, that's the default state. And then we can do right space around, so they're going to be spaced around within the container. And then we can do space between. That means we're going to space them between around the width of the container, and then space evenly. We're going to leave even space in each spaces. They're going to be nicely spaced out. And then we can stretch. So these are basically the the properties of the flex of justify content, but you can mainly, we're going to be using space around, space between, space evenly. Those are the main properties that we're going to be using. Yeah, so those are the main properties for the justify content. For the align items, however, we have some other properties. So let's go to the align items. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to say align items. So we have flex start, which is the start of the flex horizontally, not actually vertically, not horizontally. So vertically, the start of the flex vertically, and then we have flex end, which is the end of the flex. This is vertically, of course. So we have the same properties, but in a vertical, not in a horizontal. Okay, so we have the same stuff. Okay, so now I'm going to refresh again to reset the styles. Okay, so these flex items, they also have some properties you can put on them. So they have something called align self. You can align each property to baseline, center, flex end, flex start. So those properties you can put on the flex items. You can also put on each individual flex item. You can align the actual flex item to whatever, wherever position you want to align them, or you can do flex end, flex start, center is going to be the same because now we have aligned everything to center. Okay, so you can mess around with the flex items and try to align each individual item if you really want to do that, and then you can do that. Okay, and that's it for the each individual flexbox item. Now we can also make these flex boxes, we can give them maybe a default like width, and then they're going to try to go to the next line if that width is not enough to fit each individual box. So this box will go to the next line. If it doesn't fit, if another next box doesn't fit, and then it goes to the next line, it's going to be like a single column of boxes so they can fit nicely. Okay, so to do that, we're going to use something called flex basis. So it's going to be like some sort of a default width of each individual box. For example, I'm just going to say I'm going to get rid of this width here because we don't need it anymore. We're going to use something called flex basis. So I'm going to say flex basis. Okay, so flex basis, for by default, let's say I'm going to set that to 200 pixels. So that's the default width of each individual box. Okay, so when I decrease, nothing happens, because for these boxes to go to the next line, I'm actually going to change the justify content from center to space between, actually space evenly. Okay, so, and also the width, I'm going to change this to 400 pixels. Okay, so now as you can see, these boxes, there they are. So now when I decrease, they still stretch out, they still like get squashed. So to fix this, we want each individual box, if the width isn't enough, and then it gets to go to the next line, and it gets to keep doing the same. Let's say we have thousands of flex items, we want them to go to the next line if the width is not enough. So now we've already predefined the width with using the flex basis. So each box, so as you remember, the box, each box have a class of box. So that means every box, we're going to give it a minimum of 400 pixels. That's the initial width is 400 pixels. That's the initial. So to go to the next line, we're going to use something called flex wrap. Okay, so let's go to the container. We say flex wrap, and then if we say no wrap, it means we don't go to the next line. But if we set that to wrap, it means we automatically go to the next line if the width isn't enough for whatever flex basis we've defined. Okay, so when I inspect again, try to decrease the width, as you can see, they now go to the next line. Okay, like that. Okay, so now they all go to the next line. Okay, when I inspect, oops, sorry, I want to inspect boxes, box 1, box 2. Okay, so for the vertical, we did align items to center. I'm going to check that and check that. You can start messing around and change, maybe to make it start at flex start. Okay, so you can say align items flex start, so they can start at the top, and then when you keep decreasing, they're going to be like in a single line like this. Okay, you can also do something called flex grow. So in the box, let's do flex grow. Let's set that to 1. So now, okay, so if we say flex grow, it's going to grow. So let's say the one of the box item goes to the next line. It's going to grow to fill the remaining space, whatever space it has. It's going to fill it all. Okay, so it's growing. It's going to fill in the remaining space. That's what happens. So I'm gonna go down again, decrease the width. As you can see, we're no longer squishing the item, so now it's growing and try to accommodate with whatever remaining space it has. Okay, so there you go. As you can see, everything is growing nicely. Okay, so we can also, instead of doing this as a fixed height, you can do it as a minimum height or whatever. It's really up to you what you decide to do with the height, or what you decide to give for the height. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to also get rid of this margin. I don't need it anymore. Get rid of the margin. Line items, I'm going to set this to maybe flex start, and then justify content. I'm going to, we did space evenly before, so you can get rid of this if you don't want to space them evenly. Okay, so now there they are. So actually, I'll keep the margin. Control Z to redo. So if you hold Control and then press Z, you can redo the history. Align items, I'm going to say flex start. Flex start. Okay, I'm going to get rid of space evenly. I don't want to space evenly anymore. So now when I inspect again, everything looks really nice. Okay, boxes, there you go. Everything looks nice. Everything is next to each other now. Try to accommodate whatever space they have remaining. Okay, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Okay, so we can do some more properties. You can experiment around with whatever properties of flex that you want to experiment around with. Or here we can just get rid of line items, and then here we have let's just stay with get rid of the height. Okay, so there we will try to accommodate with the height we had was 100 VH. Okay, so now we don't have that spacing anymore because we didn't define a height, so everything just gonna flow automatically depending on whatever height or width it has. Okay, so let's we have the same colors in the box. I'm gonna put back the margin so we can distinguish margin, so now we can see better. Okay, so that's how you do flex items. I can add more flex items. I can try to put more items and then change this from box 4, 5, 6 and 7. Okay, the boxes are there but they don't have colors. Okay, we just need to give them colors. So by default, I'm going to give each the box a background color of slate blue. So that's the default background color of each box. If we don't explicitly explicitly define the color, so the default color is going to be slate blue, or you can just come down here and give it a background color. Okay, let's say box 6, 7 and 8 or whatever, and give it a background color. And also, as you can see, the other boxes that we've created don't have the margin like this. Okay, I mean border radius. So if you want all of the boxes to have a border radius, you can just cut this and put it into the box, because each box contains a class code box. Okay, we don't need to do this. And then now each and every box is going to have a border radius. We can, you know, try to, as you can see, this kind of effect, it looks like a grid effect, but we're going to look at the grid in the next section. But so this is the Flexbox section. You can, as you can see, everything adjusts nicely. Okay, so this kind of effect is really good without creating a grid, but I'll prefer to use a grid because you can even customize more than the grid. But you can also use the combination of both the CSS Flexbox system and the grid system. We're going to look at that in a few coming videos. But yeah, so these are the basics of Flexbox. In the next video, we might be able to build a small project using the Flexbox knowledge that we've learned in this video. Okay, yeah, don't forget to mess around with CSS, with some properties of the Flexbox. You can try to change the properties from wrap to no wrap and see what works and doesn't, and try to change the order of these boxes. It's really up to you what you decide to do now. Yeah, hopefully you have the knowledge to do a basic Flexbox. Then I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so in this video we're going to be building a Flexbox project. This is where we left off last time. I'm going to create a new, I'm going to open a folder actually. I'm going to open a new folder, and then I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to say Flex Web. So that's like a Flexbox website. So I'm going to name that Flex Web. I think that makes sense. I'm going to select the folder. Okay, so as you can see, we have an empty folder now. Now let's start by creating a new file, index.html, and then after that we're going to create a new style.css. Okay, so this is the project that we're going to be creating. Okay, so this project is based on the Flexbox. If you remember, we did a video looking over how to do Flexbox. So we're going to practice those skills in this video by building this project. Okay, so I'm going to put this on another screen, so I'm going to use it as a reference. I'm going to do Shift 1, and then we're going to press Tab. Actually, we need to do that in the HTML file. Shift 1, Tab, and then we're going to generate the HTML boilerplate. I'm going to name this Flex Web. So now that we have the name of that, let's link the file. I'm going to say link. That's the way we can link the file. Okay, so now let's, before we do anything, we need some fonts. So let's go to Google Fonts. So let's do Google Fonts like this. So let's look for some fonts. So the first font for the text that I'm going to be using is called Poppins, like this. Poppins. Okay, so that's the font that we want. So in this case, we only want 2 font weights. I'm going to select the medium 500 and the regular 400. So to use this font, copy this link here, the link, copy that, and then go back to the HTML style. After we link the style.css, after that we're going to paste in the links that we got from the Google Fonts after we link the file. Okay, and then we paste in those links that came from Google Fonts. Okay, so now that's the font family. Copy also this font family. So the font family is called Poppins. Copy that, go to the style CSS, and then type body, and then in the body we're going to put the font family, paste that in. And also we also want to get another font family, so click this minus icon here to remove, and then we need to add a new one. The new one is called Abril Fat Face. This is the font. Select, and also select this link here. Don't mind this pre-connect, we've already added that, so just copy this link here, right here. Don't mind the first one. Okay, so below the font here, down here, go down and paste it down here as well. I'll get rid of this pre-connect here, we don't need it. Okay, So let me see. Yeah, we don't need the G static font. We've done that already, so we have it already up here. Okay, so yeah, now we have the font families that we need. So now I'm going to show you, this is the design. Okay, so we need to create this based on this design. Okay, so I'm going to be using this design as reference to do that. So now we got that in place, we got the fonts in place. Let's I'm going to open this in Live Server. Okay, so everything is in place now. Now let's start doing the project. Okay, so roughly for the design, I'm going to give it a fixed width and height. Okay, because I want the design, let me just show you what I mean. So this design, right, so it's going to be like different tabs. So this is the one page tab. So as you can see here, it says it's active, and then you can click to go to the next tab, and then click to go to the next tab. Okay, so that means I want this to have like a fixed width and height, so these tabs are going to be fixed. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to go to the body. I'm going to give the body a background color. Okay, so we can either use a gradient or a normal color. So in this case, I'm going to paste in the color that we're going to be using. I'm going to say background. So the color I'm going to be using for the body, let's do white, FFF. That's the white color, so that's the main background color for the body. Or we can use something like a gradient or whatever. Okay, so that's the main background color, but for the body I want to use a gradient image. So I'm going to export the image in the project file. Let's create a new file actually here. Let's say img. So in here I'm going to put an image. So that image is going to be like our background. So that's why I want to use that like as an image. Okay, so I'm just exporting the image right now. I'm going to name it bg. One sec, bg. Okay, so there it is. So now we have a bg image. There it is. So it's an svg. That means it's not going to scale like in a weird way. So svg stands for scalable vector graphics. So here let's look at the basics. svg. So scalable vector graphics, that means like if no matter how much we zoom in, the image is not going to distort. It's going to look nice. It's not going to, for example, let me find a png image. Or a JPEG. When I zoom in, it becomes pixelated like this. So for SVG, it doesn't become pixelated no matter how much you zoom in. It doesn't become pixelated like this because it's a scalable vector graphics. So that's why I've exported my image as an SVG. Okay, so for the body, instead of background color of white, let's just do URL to link to get the where the image is. So URL, and then we do dot, actually just one dot and then slash, and then we do img, and then we link the background image like that, and then we save. So oops, so I've exported the wrong image. Let me re-export again. Okay, it takes ages to re-export. Okay, so let me export bg. Okay, so I've re-exported the image. I should have done this off camera, by the way, so but it's my bad. Okay, so now everything is ready. Let's continue on making the project. So now we have the background. So by the way, I've designed this background in Figma. So it's a design tool for designing websites, static graphics, whatever. So if you go to, if you say Figma, it's just like a design tool here for prototyping and designing. So that's what I use to design the backgrounds. So that's what you can use with Figma. You can prototype and stuff. Okay, so now we have the background ready. Let's go back to the body. In the body, we're going to have the actual main container of the website. Okay, so I'm going to say main, and then I'll do main container, main dot main container. So the main container is going to contain everything. Okay, so this one, that's what I'm going to give a fixed width and a height. So in this case, the width, I'm going to select this class, go back, and then select main container. I'll say width. The width, I'm going to say 1734 pixels, 1734, and then height, we're going to do 915 pixels, and then okay, so now that's the properties. I'm going to say background color. I'm going to give it a background color of red, and then I'm going to save. So there it is, our main, but I want this main to be centered. So to do that, we need to go to the body to center. Remember what we did? Flex, display, flex, align items to center. Align items, we're going to use to center that vertically. So that's for align items. And then justify content, that's for centering horizontally. Justify content center. So there it is. It's centered actually it's centered on the horizontal, but it's not centered vertically. Okay, so if we go main, there you can see. So for the body, we need to give body a mean height of 100 VH. So we need to define a height for that, for us to be able to center this. Okay, but now we have a scroll bar. The issue is we have a default margin in the padding, so we need to get rid of that. So that's why we need to always reset the browser styles, because by default it's going to have some margin in the padding. So we're going to do margin, we're going to set that to 0, and then padding, we're going to set that to 0, and then we're going to put that to also box sizing to border box, and then yeah, that's it for the resetting the browser. So now we won't have the scroll bar anymore, and we won't have a weird margin around it. Okay, so now we have the main container of the content. We just need to give this a background color. So the background color is going to be a gradient. So we can say, for example, gradient generator. So we can look for nice gradients. If we want to generate some gradients, here you can customize like what kind of gradient you're looking for. Kind of mess around with these values, and then let's say if you like this gradient, you just need to copy the gradient and use it in your CSS. So this is the property, the code for the gradient. Okay, so if I paste this in the background here, I will replace the background color and paste in the gradient. So we're using a linear gradient instead of a radial. So linear, so this is the linear gradient that we're using. Okay, so linear gradient, we can sort of put some extra properties. I can say to right. I want this gradient to go to the right side, to right, and then the starting gradient, I'm going to make it black, hash 0 0, and then the ending gradient, I'm going to say maybe red. Okay, so as you can see, starting from left, it's going to right. So as I defined here, I can say maybe to bottom. I want it to go to the bottom. I can do like that, and then it's going to go start from top to bottom. So it depends whatever kind of values you're looking for, but I'm just going to paste in the values that I found that I've done before. So, okay, so this is the gradient I'm using. So I'm rotating the gradient 283. So this I did that using so I'm going to inspect this, inspect. So it's easier using Figma. You can mess around with the rotator here like this. So if you go to inspect, right, and then find the gradient, click this little rotator here, and you can start to mess around with the gradient to find like sort of good values for you. So that's what I did in the design file, to sort of find where I want the gradient to go to, or what I want the gradient to look like. Okay, so now we've got that. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, we have now the gradient, but we cannot differentiate between the background and the actual main content file. So we're going to do something called a box shadow. We're going to give this a box shadow so we can differentiate the background and the main container. We're going to say box shadow, and then for the box shadow, we're going to say on the x-axis, I'm going to put 3 pixels on the x and then 5 pixels on the y, and then for the blur, I'm going to say 23 pixels, and then we're going to say RGBA, so that means red, green, blue, and alpha. So the alpha is basically just opacity. I'm going to say 0.1. Okay, so but for the colors, I want it to be black. I'm going to do 0, 0, 0. So that's a black color with an opacity of 0.1. The opacity works between 0 and 1. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm going to increase more of the blur box shadow. Okay, so that's how you do the box shadow. I'm going to paste in the proper values that I've used in the design file. So there is the box shadow. So now I just need to do something called a border radius. I need to make these corners rounded. Okay, so to make the corners rounded, we use something called a border radius. Border radius, I'm going to set that to maybe something to have like 35 pixels to a higher value. 35 pixels, 35, and then I'm going to say filter. Filter. We're going to do, actually it's not just filter, it's backdrop filter. So we can kind of have the blurry effect when you have something in the background. Okay, background filter, backdrop filter. We're going to do blur, and then we're going to set that to 17 pixels, like that. Okay, so the backdrop filter is basically here's the design. When I put something in the background, let's say this circle here, it's blurred, as you can see. When I take it out, it's not blurred. As you can see, it's nicely blurred. So that's the backdrop filter. We're setting to blur. Anything that is behind this main container is going to be blur. So that's why we're using the backdrop filter. Okay, so that's that. So now let's move on. So now we have the main container. We just need to do a border. Okay, so we're using a border. It's like 5 pixels. We're going to say border 5 pixels. That's the border, solid, and then the color is going to be white for the border color. Okay, so we have like a border around it, like 5 pixels, or you can decrease this to 4 pixels. So the sizing depends on you, what you decide to do with the size. So that's like the border of the main container. So now let's work on this area here, the navigation area here. As you can see, we have the logo, and then we have the hamburger menu here. Okay, so we can also design this hamburger menu with CSS and HTML, but that would be a waste of time because you're going to really learn a lot of CSS and HTML stuff later in the future, in the future videos. So there's no need for me to teach you how to do these lines here. These are basically just divs. You can create a div here and give it a specific width, and then give this a specific width, and then give this one a smaller width. Okay, just a normal div. Okay, so I'm going to export the image as an SVG. I'm going to change the format. I'm going to put SVG. I'm going to say menu, like that, and then okay. So now let's continue. So let's go back here. Here I'm going to say nav.navigation. Okay, so with navigation we have the logo. So in the logo we're going to do a logo. I'm going to just put an H1 here. I'm going to say logo. This is a placeholder, by the way. And then here we have UL, stands for unordered list. It's going to be an unordered list. And then I'm going to give it a class of nav items. And then we're going to have an li, that's a list item. And then in the list item we're going to have an anchor tag. That means we can go to an external website using this link. You're going to learn more as we go on how to put a website. Actually, I'll show you now. So when I, for example, want to go to the home page, or when I want to go to Google, I just have to go to Google. I can, let's say this website actually, I can copy this full link here, copy this whole thing, copy the link and put it in the href. Okay, so now when I go back, when I click this link here, it's going to lead me back to this website, because that it's an anchor tag. It's going to lead us to an external website. Okay, so in this case, I don't want to go to an external website. I'm just going to put a hash. That means it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, and then I'm going to name this home, and then I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times, actually 3 more times, and then I'm going to say shop, and then with categories, and then we have about, and then after that, after the URL, we're going to have a menu, and then in the menu we're going to have an image, and then we're going to link the menu SVG. Okay, now we've linked that. Let's display this navigation. So as you can see here, we're using Flex, so this logo and the nav items, they're side by side, they're in a single row. We're using a Flex, and we're using a property justify content and space between. Okay, so we're going to say main navigation. We're going to select navigation. We're going to do display. We're going to say Flex, and then justify content. What are we going to do with justify content? Well, for the justify content, we're going to say space between, and then the navigation is going to have a mean height of 10 VH, and then we're going to align items to center within that 10 VH. There's our navigation, but we need to give like some sort of a padding or a margin. Okay, so I'm going to give it a margin. Actually, I'm going to say margin for the navigation, top and bottom. I don't want to have a margin at the top. I'm going to say 0. Top and bottom, they're going to have 0. But for, however, left and right, I'm going to set that to 5 rem. So we're going to have like this kind of spacing like this right here. Okay, so everything is now nicely spaced between. Now I need to do excuse me, I need to do the same for this. So I'm going to say navigation, selecting navigation, and then dot nav items. I believe that's the name of the class of the items. Display Flex, align items, align items, align items. We're going to say center. Okay, so that's that. I don't know why it's highlighting. Okay, so now we're aligning items to center, but there's this little bullet points here in the underlining. We're going to get rid of that. So the underlining is called text decoration. So I'm going to do it in the all selector. I'm going to say text decoration. I want every link tag, every anchor tag that I use to have no text decoration whatsoever. So when I save, there isn't any underlining anymore. And also list style. The list style is that little bullet point, the circle. I'm going to say none. Okay, by default, all of the list items are not going to have that little bullet point. I'm going to get rid of it now. Okay. And yeah, so now I'm going to select the nav items. I'm going to say nav items A. I'm going to select the anchor tag, which is the A within the nav items. I'm going to say font weight is how thick the font is, and then put to 500, and then we're going to say text decoration to actually text transform. Text transform. That means we can change it to uppercase or lowercase. In this case, we want it to be uppercase. And then we're going to say font size, inherit, and then same for the font family, inherit. So inherit stands, we're just inheriting whatever is in the parent container, or in this case the body. So in the body we're going to say font size. We're going to set that to 18 pixels, I guess, or you can increase to whatever font size that you want to use. 18 pixels, okay, like that. But these items are not spaced out, and also by default I want the color of the default color to be color. The default color of the items, all of the items in the body, the default is going to be hash 333. So that's like a grayish color. Okay, And for the anchor tag, I'm going to say color. I'm going to inherit. It's going to inherit what color is in the body. So as you can see. Also, I want to give some spacing. Whoops. Spacing. I'm going to say nav items instead of a anchor tag. I'm going to say li, the list item. I'm going to say margin top and bottom, set that to 0 to rem left and right. So now it's going to be spaced out to rem like this. Okay, so everything looks good. Or you can increase the value to 2.5. Let's say 2.5. So it's up to you. You can mess around with these values to find the values that you are looking for. Okay, so now we have the navigation. So that this is the navigation. It looks good. The logo, you can change it to whatever logo that you want. Navigation, I can even select logo H1, and then I can say font weight. I can say to 800. I'm pretty sure we don't have 800, but yeah, we don't have 800. We didn't download the font weights. I think our maximum we downloaded was 500, but it doesn't matter. You can, let's say if you've downloaded 800 font size, you could have used that. Okay, so now let's get into the body. So into the body, this is the body. We have this side here, so the left and the right side. So we can, so the right side, we have this little item here. That's for the buttons and stuff, and then this one is for the text. So we need a way to display flex this. So that means you need to have like a container for this content, a container for this content. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. So let's go back. After the navigation, I'm going to say section dot actually you can put it as a header or a header content. You know what, it's section. You use it as a section because this website is going to be different than other websites that you can do header, footer, blah blah blah. Anyway, you're going to learn more about how to organize your file and stuff as we go on. So now just follow what I'm doing. So in this case, we're going to say section. We're going to say main section dot section main. So this is the main section, well like where all of the content is. Or you can say header section. I'm just going to name it main. Okay, so now in this main, we're going to have left content and we're going to have right content. Okay, so in the left content, we're going to have a p tag. Here we're going to say new. Okay, and then we want to break to go to the next line. So to go to the next line, we use br tag to break to go to the next line. And then we're going to say season, and then we're also going to break again to go to the next line. Okay, and then we're going to say 2021 or 2022. Okay, so now we've used the break. And then here I'm going to put an H1. Here I'm going to say adore yourself. And then I'm going to break BR to go to the next line. So that's the break tag. And then say end your body. Like that. Okay. So that's that. And then finally we have a button and anchor tag. I'm going to say a dot header btn. HBTN stands for header btn. It's not going to go anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna save, and then actually I'm gonna say explore more. That's the name of the button. Explore more. I'm just going to do this arrow here. I'm going to show you how to do more arrows later, a nicer one. Okay, so now we have the left content. We also want the right content. So in the right content, we're going to have an img. Actually, we're going to have an img, an image. no, actually no, we're going to have a class called dot image. Image is container, image is con, that stands for container. Okay, and then here we're going to have another image. I want the image, and then here I'm going to export another image. Okay, so the image that I'm going to be used to use this one is called shopper. Here I'm going to say img shopper, that's the name of the image. Okay, and another one, img with a class of circle, so that's like the circle, or we can create our own circle using a div, but in this case we're going to use an image. You're going to learn more later on how to use some divs to do some shapes, but in this case we're going to use images. I want you to focus on learning how to do images. img, and then we're going to use a circle. Okay, so there it is. So we want these items to be side by side, mainly the left content and the right content. So we're going to target section main. We're going to dot section main. We're going to say display flex. Okay, so they're going to be side by side. Section main. So the left content and the right content is going to be side by side. So when I inspect section main, as you can see, nice. Okay, so let's keep styling. So we want to use the same padding margin actually. So section main, we're going to use margin that we use in the navigation. So we use margin top and bottom like this, left and right 0.5, so we can keep consistent space. But however, for the margin here, I'm going to say 6 rem, margin top and bottom. I think I'm going to do it like this. Okay, so now we have some spacing, nice spacing. Okay, and let's start styling. So I'm going to say section main, left content, like this, section main dot left content, and then I'm going to target the paragraph, the p tag that I've done here, this one. Okay, and then I'm going to increase the font weight. You know what, by default I'm going to say font weight, I'm going to set that to 500 actually by default, so I don't need to do font weight for each and every item that I want to resize. Okay, I'm going to give it margin bottom or padding bottom. I'm going to do 2 rem. Okay, so I want to leave some spacing between the title and this. I believe the font size, we're going to increase that from 18 to 20 pixels like that, so it looks bigger. Okay, so let's go down here, and we also need to target the h1 in here. h1 for this one, font size I want to increase to 5 rem, so I want it to be slightly bigger. Okay, 5 rem, like so. Now let's start doing the right side, the right content. Okay, so right content, so we have left content, and this one should be right. Okay, so let's set the flex basis. Actually, let's just set the flex grow. Section main, flex grow, let's set that to 1. Okay, so flex grow, if you remember, it's try to fill in the remaining width, and yeah, so we set that to 1. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the right content. Okay, the same thing, right and left content. Oops, get rid of that. So now I'm going to inspect, go to the right content, images container, so this circle image, we're going to use something called position of absolute. We're going to set the position to absolute. That means we want to position the circle wherever we want, and the parent container of the circle, it must have a position of relative, okay, and then we're going to set this circle to left of 0, okay, and then we're going to change the z index. We're going to say z index, we're going to say -1, so we want the circle to be behind the image, okay, and right content, we're going to say on the right content, display flex, and then we're going to say justify content to center, align items to center also. Okay, so images container, right content, okay, like that. Okay, so section main, get rid of the flex scroll and let's see what we got. Left content, right content, okay, let me double check the right, give it a width 100%, okay, like that. And then this one, left, give it a width 100% also. Oops. Right content, give it a width 100%. So left and right content, they each have a width of 100%, okay, so they cover the entire width of the flex item. Okay, so now let's go back. The right content position, we're going to set that to relative, and here we have the images container. I'm going to have dots, so the dots are responsible for those little controls at the right here. Okay, so images container, right content, dot images container. We're targeting the images container, and then we're going to say position relative, okay, and then we're going to target the circle. We're going to set the position to absolute, and then we're going to say left 0, okay, and then we're going to do bottom maybe 0 as well. Okay, nothing changes. I believe the class name is circle. Wrong spelling, by the way. I want to change the spelling name. Circle. Okay, so now there it is, and then now we just need to change the z index. So I want it to be -1 to be behind all of the content. That's -1. Okay. I'm going to say translate. I'm going to translate on the x-axis, and then I want it to be centered in the x. I'm going to say -50%. So I'm going to say left. I'm going to actually say left 50%, and then I'm going to center it content. Okay, I'm going to also do the same thing for this image here, shopper. I'm going to give it a class. I want to say shopper, that's the class, and then I'm going to say dot shopper. I'm going to copy this same thing, going to do the same thing. Okay, but for the shopper, the z index is going to be on top, so the z index should be like 5. Shopper, like that. Shopper, translate x, position absolute, bottom 0. Something weird is going on. Let me double check. Okay, images container should have a position of relative, position absolute. I think you need to do something like top, and then you can do auto, and then copy this top auto and put it back also in here. Okay, inspect to see what's going on. Images container, position relative. Something weird is going on. Write content. Images container with 100%. I have no idea why it's coming out of its parent container. Somehow it's coming out of its parent container. It's so strange. Yeah, inspect. Get rid of left, bottom. Oh, that's strange. Circle, top auto, auto. This is very strange. I have no idea why it's doing that. Usually images, you know what, we can get rid of the bottom 0, get rid of that, save. Okay, so there's our image, but I want to position this circle right here, only the circle. Transform, translate x. I'm going to get rid of top, and then I'm going to transform this, and then I'm going to translate the y-axis. Okay, so okay, go back. We need to go to do it next to the circle. We want to say translate y. We are going to do that minus 40 pixels. Okay, like that. Okay, so it looks good. It looks to be on this place that I was looking for. Inspect. I think the reason why it was going out of the container is because we're using translation. That's why it was going outside the container. So now the circle, you can mess around with the y value. So I think minus 41 pixels looks good, looks on point. So I want to do minus 41 pixels. Okay, so now we're translating x minus 50%. That's basically centering this on the x-axis, and then y, we're just doing minus 41 pixels. Okay, so yeah, it looks good. So now let's do those little controls down here. I'm gonna say dots. I'm gonna say dot dot times, actually I want to increment this, dot times 3. So I'm going to have 3 dots. I'm going to say dots. I'm going to target the class of dots. Width, I'm going to give a width of 1 rem. Okay, so I'm going to say dot 1 comma dot 2 comma dot 3. Okay, so the dots, I'm going to give them a width of 0.7 rem, same as the height, 0.7 rem. Okay, so width and height should be the same, because I want to give this I want to make sure it's a circle, it's a perfect circle. I'm going to say border radius. To give it a border radius, I'm going to say 50%. So if you want to make sure something is a nice perfect circle, you need to give the width and the height the same amount of size. The width must be, like, for example, 10 pixels or 7 pixels. The width 7 pixels, the height 7 pixels. They should be the same. And then the border radius, put it to 50%, and then it's going to make sure it's a perfect circle. Okay, I'm going to give it a background color, a temporary one. I'm going to say red. So this is temporary, just to see where we are at. So there it is. But I want to make sure it's here. Okay, so the dots, I'm going to say position. I'm going to set that to absolute. I'm going to say right. I'm going to set to 0. I want it to be at the right side, which is 0. So there it is now. It's at the right side, 0. And then we're going to center that in the y-axis. We're going to say transform, translate y. Because we're going to center this in the y, we're going to say minus 50%. It's going to be centered here, but it's not centered because we need to do top. We need to give a top value to 50% from the top, 50% from the top, and then we're going to minus 50% to center. Like this. As you can see, it's now centered. Now I think I'm going to increase the, I'm going to decrease this width. I'm going to get rid of this width here. I'm also going to increase this to 1 rem. Okay, like so. Okay, and then I'm going to also say margin. I'm going to say 0.6 rem, top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. Okay, like that. So now we have nice spacing. And then I'm going to say cursor. I'm going to set that to pointer. So when you hover, the cursor is going to be pointer. Okay. So for the first one, the dot one, I'm going to set the background color to this color here. So that's the color for the background. Okay, so for the background, for the dot number 1 and 2, I'm going to say dot 2 comma dot 3. I'm going to change the background color. I'm going to set that to white, okay, or hash FFF. That's the white background color. I'm also going to give like a border. Okay, so to do a border, say border. So the border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and then we're going to do this color here, the pink color. Okay, so as you can see now, we have those nice circles. There they are. Okay, so let's work on this button here as well. So this button, I believe it's called header button. I'm going to do that here. Header button. Color, I'm going to set the color to the pink color. Okay, I'm going to say hash this pink color here. So that's going to be the color for the button. Okay, and then I'm going to say padding top, actually, or margin top. I'm going to say 2 rem. Okay, we also need to, it's an anchor tag, we also need to say display inline block. Okay, so we can have that margin. So when I inspect, we have that margin top of 2 rem. Okay, so you can always increase the margin top. I'm going to increase that to 3, actually. Increase to 3. Okay, and now let's work on something called HTML entities. So now what I want to do is I want to use an arrow here using an HTML entity. want to say HTML entities. I'm going to explain more about HTML entities in later videos, as we're going to build some projects later. You know what it is. Okay, HTML entities, arrow. We're looking for an arrow. So I want this arrow here. So to do the arrow, this is the arrow that I need. Just copy this. That's the right arrow. And then go back to the button and then replace the arrow with this HTML entity. You're going to learn what it is later. Just now follow what I'm doing. Just copy this and paste it here. And then you should have an arrow like this. But I want the spacing between the text and the arrow. We're going to use another HTML entity for spacing. So to do that, HTML entity is called, we do end NBSP. So that's the entity for spacing. Okay, so we're going to space out the text and the arrow. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you do Flexbox. That's the basics of Flexbox when building a website. We're going to later on learn more about Flexbox in the video. As we progressed on in the videos, we're going to learn more on how to do Flex. But also, when I inspect on these buttons here, we can display them using Flex. Okay, we can say display Flex. Now they're side by side, and then we can say Flex direction, Flex direction property. I'm not sure if I've shown you this property. Flex direction property, and then we can say column. Okay, so we want these flex items to go to the within the column there. They're gonna go through the column instead of the row. By default they're displayed as a row, but you can do them as a column. So here I can say dots. Here I can say display flex. Okay, and then we can say flex direction. We can set that to column. They're gonna go one after another as a row instead of side by side. They're gonna go one after another as a column, I mean, not as a row. And then we're gonna have 3 rows instead of just 1 row. Okay, that's the normal flex. They're gonna go into a single row by default, but if we do column, it's gonna go into a column like this. Okay, yeah, so these are the basics of Flexbox. I think that's it for this video. I'll see you on the next videos. We're going to learn more about Flex and Grid and build new projects later on. So yeah, hopefully you got grasp of the basics. I'll see you in the next video. In this section, we're going to be looking at the CSS grid system. Okay, so I'm going to open a new folder, create a new folder, and then I'm just going to name this grid. Okay, so now I'm going to open this folder, create a new CSS file. Oops, new. So this I'm just going to name this style.css. Sometimes you might want to create a folder, sometimes it depends, it's up to you. So in this case, I'm not going to create a new folder. Style.css, don't mind this. Okay, so I'm going to also create a new file, index.html. I'm going to generate the boilerplate. Okay, so shift and 1, and then generate the boilerplate. Okay, so I'm just going to name this grid, and we're also going to link the style.css. So in this case, this style CSS is not inside a folder. So remember last time we had a folder called styles, and then we did the extension style.css. So in this case, we don't need to include the folder because it's not inside of a folder. So we just link it like this, like style.css. Okay, so for us to be able to use a grid, I'm going to do the boxes as we did last time. So I'm going to say boxes. So that's the parent container. Boxes, that's the parent container, and in here I want like a couple of boxes. So I'm going to say dot box. So I want 12 boxes, box with each have box 1 to 12. Okay, so I'm going to multiply this by 12, so 12 boxes. So now we have 12 boxes. If I go to the style, I'm going to select the boxes the class name. Okay, I'm just going to give it a width. The boxes is actually gonna have a width of 100%. Okay, so width 100%, height 100 VH. So 100 VH means 100% of the viewport height. So VH means view height. So 100% it covers 100% of the width of the page, and the VH covers 100% of the view height. Okay, so that's 100 VH. So that's the values for the boxes. So if I go to the, oh, actually I haven't run the project yet. I need to open this with live server extension. If you remember, open with live server. Okay, so now we have the grid, the project. I'm going to inspect this. As you can see, we have boxes. So that's the box class. We gave it a height of 100 VH. So now it's covering the whole viewport height. And the width of 100% is covering the whole website. Okay, so I'm going to give it a background color. So I'm going to say hash, maybe 333. Okay, so there is the boxes. But as you can see, now we have a scroll bar here, and we have a bit of spacing. If you remember, the spacing outside an element is called a margin, and then the space inside is a padding. If you remember, we did that before. So in this case, I want to remove this weird margin and padding. So to do that, I'm gonna put a star. So the star means it select everything. By default, I don't want everything to have a margin. So I'm gonna say 0. So by default, I want everything to have a margin of 0, no margin at all. Because by default, there was like this kind of margin and padding. Okay, so I'm gonna say also padding 0. Okay, so I'm just resetting everything to 0. And something called box sizing to also something called border box. You'll see what I mean in later videos. Okay, and then I'm just going to save this. So as I save, the scroll bar disappears, and now we don't have a space around the boxes anymore. Okay, so now let's take a look at the box. So I'm going to say box. So each individual box is going to, let's say, width. You have a width of I'll say maybe 300 pixels each individual box, and then a height of same 300 pixels. Okay, so in here I'm just going to say box. I'm going to target box 1 all the way to box 12. Okay, so box 1 is going to have a background color of red, something like red, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So many boxes. I know, so many boxes to start. Okay, so I'm gonna say box 1, 2, 3. Actually, so this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many boxes did I do? So 1, so 10. We're missing 11. So I'm gonna say this one is 11, and then this one 12, because I've it doesn't matter of the order of the boxes. So all the way to 10 here, and then 11, 12. It doesn't matter the ordering of the boxes. Okay, so what I need to do is just change the background colors to give them distinct, different background colors. And then I'm gonna say yellow, green. Okay, just give them random colors. Salmon. Okay. Okay, so it takes a bit of okay, I think that's it for now. So now with the boxes, with different colors. Alright, so now I'm going to save. So now, as you can see, we have the boxes, and our boxes are overflowing the boxes container. Okay, because we gave this container, the boxes, a fixed height of 100 VH. So that's like a fixed. So if you want this box, the parent to expand depending on the content we have inside it, we can use something called minimum height. So instead of having a max fixed height, we can do min height. Okay, so the minimum height is going to be 100 VH, but it's going to expand depending on what content we have inside this boxes container, instead of giving it a fixed. Okay, so this is not saved actually, because if I refresh this, it's still not doing anything, but we just need to change inside the code in here. So here we just do min height. Okay, so how do we use a grid? So if I say, for example, grid, if I want to, let's grid layout. So if I want to, let's say, create a grid, something like this, or whatever, how do we do a grid? Okay, so let's do a basic grid. So to do a grid, we need to do display grid on the parent container, because these children, each of the box is a grid item. Okay, so each children is a grid item. So to do a grid, we need to go to the parent and then do a display of grid. Okay, so as each child is a grid item. So if I do display grid, nothing happens. I want the children to be side by side and everything. So to create a grid, I want a 4 by 3. Actually, yeah, I think it's 4 by 3 grid. So we want 4, 4, 4. So 4 by 3. So to do that, we need 4 columns. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 columns and then 3 rows. 4 by 3. Okay. So I'm going to create some columns. Grid. To do columns, you do template columns. Template columns, and then I'm gonna say, so to do some columns, I can say maybe 4 columns. Okay, so if I inspect this, nothing happens. So I can say, let's say the first column is gonna have, like, let's say 200 pixels, the second column 200 pixels, the third column 200 pixels. So now we have 4 columns. The first column 200 pixels, second column 200 pixels, and it goes on like that. So when I save this, as you can see, now we have a 4 by 3 grid. Okay, so when I inspect this, as you can see, this grid, we have 4 columns, but something weird is going on here. So these sizes are not equal, because we gave the box a width and a height here. We just need to get rid of that. Okay, so when we save, as you can see, now everything is equal. Okay, so 200, 200, 200, 200, each grid item is an equal space. Okay, so I might want this to fill the whole width. How do I do that? Okay, so I want this to fill the whole available width. So as you can see, the boxes, it goes all the way to 100% of the width instead of doing 200 pixels. So I can change this value from 200 pixels to 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR. Okay, so now 1 FR means it's a fractional unit. It means I want this to have equal spaces, 1 fractional unit, so they're all going to have like equal spaces across. Okay, I'm going to have like four columns with equal spaces, 1 FR, 1 FR. So as you can see, now we have like nicely equal grid items. Okay, but this kind of writing code is like takes a lot of time to write this. So to make this quicker, we can just say repeat. So how many columns do you want? 4 columns and then 1 FR. Okay, so we're just repeating like 4 columns and 1 FR. We want to have 4 columns with equal spaces, with equal, equal size, which is 4 columns, equal size, 1 fractional unit. Okay, so there you go. So now, as you can see, everything is still the same. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be styling individual grid item, how to make them different sizes and everything. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be looking at how to style the grid items. So for example, if you want this box to have a specific size, I'm going to just inspect this box. To style this box, I'm going to say, let's say I want it to cover 2 boxes. I can just say span. Actually, it's a column. Span. Oops, not like this. Just span. Actually, it's grid column. And then I want to span 2 boxes. Okay. So if I say span 2, and then it's going to create another grid item here. I think this is called an implicit grid item, because we don't have any more space, so it's going to create another one below just to keep this grid item. Okay, but we're still using 1, 2, 3, 12 grid items. Okay, but it's going to create another box, an implicit grid. I'm pretty sure it's implicit or explicit. I forgot the naming. Okay, so now we're covering two boxes. Okay, 2 grid cells. So this is called a grid cell, or each item is called a grid item, and then the box is called a grid cell. So now we're covering 2 grid cells. Okay, so maybe we might want to also cover these 2 grid cells again. So we can say grid row, and then we can say also span 2, and also it's going to go down and also cover 2 grid cells, and then 2 grid cells. So it's like 2 by 2 grid. So now we have like a custom size grid item. So if I want also this one to cover this remaining space, I can inspect this. I can just say grid column span 2. Okay, so as you can see now, we have like different spaces and sizes. Oops, sorry about that. Inspect this, mess around with the span. Okay, so you can use span in any of these grid items. Okay, so yeah, that's how you do the grid items. So if you want to, let's say, create a custom grid layout, I can just say grid layout, and then I'm gonna look for a custom grid, so we can create our own custom grid. Okay, so let's say we want to create something like this. Okay, so in this case we have how many rows? I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this one is like, it has so many columns, like 10 columns at least, I think, or 8, so it depends. So if we want to create something like that, you know what, I think we should just do that on the next video, so you learn better by creating like these layouts. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you on the next video. Actually, before we can create a custom grid, a grid layout, we need to have a way to position these grid elements wherever we want to within the grid. So let's say I want to move this in this cell, so we need a way to take this grid item and put it in this cell. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to be using Mozilla for this one. It's a developer. Developer Edition. It's Mozilla Developer Edition. I'll show you why I'm using that. So not now. So now we have Mozilla Developer Edition. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this link here, copy, and then I'm gonna just paste it here. Okay. Okay, so now I've pasted the link right there. Okay, so I'm thinking of where to keep this. I'm gonna resize this, and then I'll look for the Mozilla Developer Edition. Right there it is. Okay, so keep it like this. So the reason I'm using Mozilla is because it shows you visually how the grid items are doing, and also it gives you the number of the grid cells. So if I click this grid, what is it? Okay, so here it kind of gives you like a visual, view of the grid. Okay, so these grid items gives you like, so if you click display grid line numbers, display grid names, you can actually name these grid cells, but we're not going to do this in this video. I don't think we ever will in this course, because I don't think it makes sense or it's gonna become useful. I don't know. We're not going to do it in this video. Okay, so you can kind of tick this to visualize the grid items. Okay, so in this case, let's say I want to move box number, which number is it? So box number 7. I want to move this box to be here, to this position. So this position, it's on 1, 1. Okay, so to move this box 7, I can say grid row. So for the row, it's going to be on 1, 1, and then it's going to be 1/2. Okay, so this 1 is for the row. So it's this row, this grid item, the row comes from 1 and then it ends at 2. Okay, so row 1 and it ends at 2, or you can do column 1 and it ends at 2 as well. Okay, so if I uncheck this, and then I can say grid column. So make sure this tiles goes to the specific grid item that you want to position. Okay, so I can say maybe grid column 1 and then /2. Okay, it goes to grid column 1 and 2, which is this 1 and 2. Okay, 1 and 2, but it's still not in the correct cell that we want it to be. So in that case, that's when we're going to introduce the row. Okay, so we can say grid row 1/2. Okay, so now it's in the correct column, which is this column. Okay, but we want it to be on a different cell, which is a row on position 1 to position 2. We can change this position from 1 to 3, and then it's gonna span, it's gonna cover these 2 grid cells. Okay, so in this case I just want it to be at 1 and 2. Okay, so now it's there where we want it to be. We can also, let's say, actually let's span this. Let's span the column from 1 to 3. Okay, and then this one from 1, actually I'll just leave it like that, and then I'll see this grid number 3, box number 3. We can also do grid. So in this case, I want to target the column, actually the row, grid row. So I want it to be on the second one and end at fourth one. So I can say 2 and 4. So it's going to start from 2 and it ends at 4. Okay, so now we have that. And if we want also this one to cover these 4 boxes here, so the purple one is grid item number, just look for the grid item, so it's grid item number 4. I'm gonna say, so we don't need to maybe use the position, I can say grid column, I can just say span 2 instead of using the numbering position. So span 2 is gonna just do the same thing, and then I can say grid row span 2 also. Okay, so now it's covering 4 grid cells. Okay, there it is. Can also, let's do the second one. The second one, so this one I'm just gonna say grid column span 2. Okay, so as you can see, it's spanning 2. Okay, so the reason why it might not be looking good right now because we have so many grid items, but if we want to create specific grid layout, we need to put the correct amount of grid items, and also we can just reposition this wherever we want, and create a grid layout. So that's how you do the positionings. You can literally position each of the grid items wherever you want and give it a different size. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, so let's look at how to make this grid responsive. So when I inspect this, so what I mean by responsive is we want this grid to adapt to a different screen size without getting weird or just not looking right. Okay, so if I decrease the screen size, the grid doesn't adapt, or it's not responsive. It doesn't respond nicely to the different screen sizes. Okay, so if I change this to a mobile screen, so you can click this little icon here, as you can see, we don't want it to look like this on mobile. We want this to adapt, to change the size depending on the screen size. Okay, so to do this, we're going to change the way we did this grid columns. I'll show you the first way to do it. So the first way to do it is using something called a media query. So a media query is like to give a website a breakpoint, like let's say at a certain point at this width, we want this grid items to do something else, or to be a different size and everything. So for example, if I decrease to this size, I might want to have like 2 grid items, okay, instead of 4 grid items on this row. Okay, so to do that, for example, I can change this, let's say, to 2. Okay, so at this size, I want the grid items to have like 2 columns. Okay, so at this size, 2 columns, and then let's say at a different size, at this smaller size, and then we can just change it to 1, and then it will be like this. It's like a nice grid. Okay, and then once we expand the width a little bit, and then we change the size to now 2, and then once we expand a little bit more as well, we say 3. Okay, so once we're on bigger screens, and then we can say 4. Okay, but doing this with media queries is gonna take a lot of lines writing the code and specifying the size and everything. So it's gonna I'll show you a way that's going to save us a lot of time. So instead of doing this, we can just say repeat. So we have something called auto, and then not fit but autofill, and then comma, min max. Okay, so min max, so I'll show you what it means. So I'm gonna say 200 pixels, 1FR. Okay, so what did we just do? So let me just save and then I'll explain to you what we did. So when we save, look at our grid. Our grid is kind of looking weird, but when I inspect, when I start decreasing, it's adapting automatically without writing any media query, without doing anything. Okay, so depending on the screen size, it's adapting. Okay, so I'll show you what we did. So here, so if you remember 1FI, it says it means equal size, everything. I want everything to be equal with 200 pixels. So min max, it means I want each grid item to have a minimum width of 200 pixels. Okay, so each grid item is going to have at least minimum of 200 pixels. So if the width, so for example, if I inspect like this, when I start decreasing, so if there is enough space for 200 pixels, well, we're going to create another row. It's going to go on another row. So if there's not enough space for 200 pixels, it's going to keep going on different rows. Okay, because there's no 200 pixel space. That's the minimum width of each grid item. Okay, I can increase this minimum width to, let's say, 400 pixels. Okay, as you can see now, we have fewer grid items on the page because there isn't enough space to fit in all of them, because they each have a minimum width of 400 pixels. So when I decrease, it's not enough for 400 pixels. So when I decrease again, it's gonna keep changing the size depending on the size, the viewport width, because if it cannot hold 400 pixels, it's gonna go on another row. Okay, so that's essentially how to do the responsive grid using the min max. Okay, later in the videos, we're going to also do the grid system using a different way, using media queries. Okay, I'll show you how to do media queries later in the video series, but this is just a different way how to make a responsive grid. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so before we build a project in this section, we just need to practice our skills by building a small grid layout. Okay, something like this. So this is the layout that we're going to be building. So let's try to figure out how we're going to build this layout. So let's see how many grid items that we have. So in this case, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have 6 columns. Okay, so let's see how many rows that we're going to have. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a 6 by 4 grid. Okay, so in this case, let's see how many grid items are we also going to have. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it's like 12 grid items. Okay, so perfect. We have a grid for that already. So we have these boxes. Okay, but they're using a different kind of a grid. So in this case, we're going to change it to 6 by 4. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say grid, template, columns. I'm going to say repeat. So we have 6 columns and 4 rows. Okay, so 1FR. There we go. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 grid items. 6 rows, actually. 6 grid items in a row and 6 columns. No, 6 rows. 6 columns and 2 rows. Okay. So actually we need 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 rows. So to do the rows, it's just the same thing as the columns, template rows. So for the rows, we're going to have 4, 6, 6 by 4, so we're going to have 4 rows. Okay, so when I inspect, so now we have 4 rows. As you can see, there they are down here, 4 rows. Okay, so perfect grid. So now it's only a matter of positioning and, you know, giving these grid items different sizes. Okay, so let's see how this grid looks like. Okay, so oops, so it's actually gives you a guide of what element goes where and where, but you can, you know, also reposition these grid items to your liking. Okay, so I'm gonna select, let's see, oops, so these ones, so the second one, this one is gonna span 2 and span 2. Select, I'm gonna say it's box 2, grid column, span 2, grid row, span 2. Okay, I'm gonna copy these styles, copy, and then I'm gonna paste it on box number 2. That's the grid item. Okay, so I'm just going to also introduce you to something called a grid gap. So we might want a spacing between these grid items. So that spacing is called a grid gap. We need to do that grid gap inside the boxes. So for example, I might give it a value of 10 pixels. It's gonna have like a small gap between every grid item. Okay, so now, yeah, let's do 10 pixels. I think it's perfect for that. 10 pixels. So, okay. So this one is gonna span how many? Actually, let me double check. 1, 2, 3, spanning 3, not 2. So I'm gonna span 3 on the column. It's gonna span 3 instead of 2. So span, oops, did I change it? Span 3 seems to not be working. What did I do? Refresh this. I don't know what's, yeah, now it's spanning 3. Okay, so spanning 3, and then this one, grid item number 3, is gonna span 2. So grid item, so we're gonna say grid column, copy this, box number 3, span 2. Okay, so now it's span 2, and also I'm gonna tag grid item number 5. So inspect this to see what box it is. So in this case, it's number 5. I'm gonna tag that. I'm gonna give it a span of 2. Okay, actually it's the wrong one. I need to go to number 5. So number 5, it's a span of 2. Grid column, so I wanted to span 2. Okay, so now these ones, they remain the same. Okay, so I'm gonna span 2 for, I think we might need more grid items. So this one, oops, this one is gonna span 2. So let's see what grid item it is. Grid item 8. Grid column, span 2, and grid row, and grid row, and then we're going to do span, span 2. Okay, so there it is. Okay, so now we have 4 grid items here. We need 2 more grid items, okay, for this area. So we just go and create 2 more. So 12, 13, 14. Okay, I'm gonna save this. I'm pretty sure they're there, but they don't have a color. So we have 13 and 12, there they are. We just need to color them. Okay, so 13 and 14. Oops. So we have 13 and 14. We just need to color these to a different color. Alright, I'll leave it like that. Okay, so there they are. So now we have this grid here. We've created the grid. Okay, so the grid looks nice. And also, if you want to create some kind of gradients, colors like this, it's quite easy to do as well. So to create a gradient color, so for example, let's say I'll target this one. I'm going to inspect. To create a gradient, I'll click this, copy this color. I'll say, instead of it's box number 2, I'll uncheck the background color. I'll just say background. No background color, just background. To do a gradient, we say linear gradient. Okay, so by default we have these random values. Okay, I'm just going to remove these values. Okay, and we're going to put our own values. Okay, so the starting point is this color, and then the next ending point is this color. So this color, I'm just going to manipulate the end color to something more darker. Okay, something like this. So it's like a blend between these colors. So if I want this color to say maybe this green color to go this side or up top, so you just need to change the position of the grid. No, not the grid, I mean the gradient. So to change the position right before the first color, you can say to right, and then if you put a comma, to right. So I want this to go to the right side. Okay, doing the gradient, going to the right side. Okay, so as you can see, it's going to the right side. If you want it to go up, you can say to top, to top. Okay, and then put a comma, and then it goes to the top. Okay, so there you go. Now we have a gradient. I'll just copy this background color, this linear gradient. So this is box number 2. So now we have a nice gradient for that. Okay, so box number 2. There we have a gradient. So I'll inspect this one as well. Box number 8. So for box number 8, I'm going to do a different kind of gradient. I'm going to say background, no background color, but just background. We're going to do radial gradient. Okay, so we do like this, just put random colors, and then it creates like this kind of radial gradient. So inspect this, and then you can kind of, you know, edit the radial gradient. Okay, so for if you can say radial gradient, so you can kind of, you know, look at the radial gradients properties like here. Okay, you can change from circle to a different style that you want. It's really up to you, like what kind of gradient that you want. Okay, so you can say at bottom whatever shape that you want to create. So yeah, the sky is the limit. So you can just go to the Mozilla to see the, you know, to see the reference for the references. So you can remove this circle, you can change the shape. So now we have like just a normal radial gradient. Okay, so you can try to make these colors blend in nicely. Okay, something like, I don't know, something like that. Okay, and then the rest is up to you. You can just go to the MDN docs and then just check what kind of gradients, or you can say radial gradient generator. You can also generate some gradients. agree. You can also just generate gradients like on this website, and then you can just copy the code and put it in a website. Okay, so you can kind of mess around with the colors, generating the gradient. Okay, so once you're satisfied, you can just copy from here the gradient and then put it on your website. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of pretty much it for this section. Not for this section, for this video, because next video we're going to be building a project. So I was just kind of showing you how to build layouts with grids and stuff. Yeah, I'll see you on the next video where we're going to be building a blogs project. Alright, so now it's time to create our project. Okay, so I'm going to open a new folder, create a new folder here. I'm just going to name this grid project. Okay, I'm going to select folder. So now I'm going to review this in Explorer. Okay, and then I'm just going to paste in a folder of images that we're going to be using, because we're going to be using a few images. So I'm just going to locate the folder of the images, and then I'll put them inside the grid project. Okay, so now I've located my images. I'm just going to paste in the folder here. There it is. So you can get these images from GitHub, or you can use different images that you want. Okay, so these are the images that we have. We have like 5 SVGs. Okay, so now I'm just going to close this, and then I'm going to create a new file. So the file is index.html. So this is going to be an HTML file for our markup, and then I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be style.css. Okay, so I'm just going to generate basic HTML boilerplate, and then I'm going to name this something like blogs. Okay, so now we've named the blogs. Oops, I just need to open my reference. Okay, so now we have the blogs. Okay, so what else do we need in here? Actually, let's link the CSS file, index.html, link style.css. So that's how we link CSS and HTML. Okay, so now we've linked the HTML and CSS. To check if that is working, I'm just gonna do body, and the background color of that. Actually, let me make it red, something more visible. And then I'm going to open with live server, and then I'm going to close all these old pages. So our CSS is working. So now let's start making the blogs website. Okay, so I'm going to do basic page resetting. We've done this before. So by default there's a margin, so we want to get rid of that margin, and also want to get rid of the default padding, and we're going to set border box sizing to border box. And I'm also going to get rid of this background. Okay, so for the background I'm going to use a different dark background color. So I'm going to say background color is going to be something like #10, so it's a dark background color, and then 12 1B. So this is the background color that we have for this one. Okay, so after the background color, I'm gonna say color. I want the text color, every text color, to be white. White is #FFF. Okay, so so that's it for that. So in the body, I'm gonna create a section with a main HTML element. So to create like a main section, so I'm gonna use the main, so it's like the main content. I'm gonna say main with a class name of main content. Okay, so it's going to contain the main content. Okay, so in the main content, I'm going to sort of have lines that are going to go from that are going to go vertically. So I'm going to have like 5 lines that are going to go vertically, okay, across the website. So when I scroll down, those lines are going to keep going down. Okay, so I'm going to say a div with a class of lines. So in there, we're going to do 5 lines, right? Actually 4 lines. I'm going to say dot line. Okay, so line, I'm going to have 4 lines, multiply by 4. We've done this before. Okay, so now we have 4 lines in there. I'm just going to select the, we can collapse actually. So this is for collapsing like a small section like this, and then we can collapse this small section to make our code more readable. Okay, I'm going to go down here in the styles, and then we need to start doing the lines. Okay, so for the lines, I'm going to say dot lines. So the width of the lines is going to cover the entire width, and also it's going to have a minimum height of 100%. Okay, so that's the minimum height. So we want these lines to expand according to whatever content we have in the body. Okay, and then we're also going to do display flex. Actually, I need to explain what that means. We're going to have a small section of flex, so for now just follow what I'm doing, and then I'm going to explain more in depth of what Flexbox is. Okay, so I'm just going to actually do the lines first. Line, so we have line 1, we have line 1. Okay, so to select multiple classes, you can select them with a comma, and then in here I'm going to say line 2. Actually no, line 2, and then comma, line 3, okay, comma, line 4. So it's a class, we need to select the dot, line 4. Okay, so we're selecting multiple classes at once. So these classes, they're all going to have the same styles throughout. Okay, so that's why we're selecting them, because we want them to have the same styles, so that each going to have a width of 1 pixel, and also we're going to have a background color of white. Okay, so that's the background color, and also the opacity is how visible the element is. I'm going to say to 0.1. I will show you. So the opacity value goes from 0.1 all the way to 1. Okay, it goes all the way, it goes from 0 to 1, not 0.1. It goes from 0 to 1. And then I'm going to also say min height. So the minimum height of these lines is going to be 100%. Okay, so now I'm going to save. Let's see what we have. So when I inspect, I'm looking for the lines, right? Main lines. So there they are, lines, but they're not visible, are they? So if I change this from percentage to something like VH, so now it's covering the whole height, the lines, but the lines are also not visible. I'll show you why they're not visible. Because for us to make these lines visible, we need to actually give them a position of absolute. Okay, position absolute. Okay, so the lines, now we have position absolute. I'm going to refresh this. Absolute, now we can see it's covering the whole page. So I'm going to just give a background color for you to see what we're dealing with. So lines, they have this background color. It's temporary, by the way, so we're going to remove that later. So lines, so each individual line is there, but we don't see it. Okay, so for us, before actually I need to do top 0. Okay, so we don't see the lines. And so we need to give something also a position of relative. So the closest parent that we want to do that is the main. So this one is going to be main container. So the main container, I want to give it a position of relative because I want to position absolute the lines. Okay, so now the main, it does have main content. It has a position of relative which doesn't show. I don't know why. I think we didn't name it correctly. Main container, what did I name it here? Main content. So it's main content. Okay, so main content, it does have a position of relative now. Okay, and then with the lines. Okay, so for the main content, we're going to give this a min height of 100 VH. Okay, so I want the main content to have like a big height. Okay, so the lines are still there. Okay, so I want the lines to be side by side equally across the width. So to do that, so this line 1 they're like on top of each other, so I want them to be like side by side across this website. So to do that, we're going to be using Flex. I'm going to explain in the later videos what it is, so now just follow what I'm doing. Flex, so just know it's only a way to put items side by side. And then I'm going to say justify content space between. I want them to be spaced out across the page. Okay, so now something's it's not showing. I don't know why. So line 1, what did I name here? Line 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this flex, actually it needs to be in a parent container of the lines. So the parent container of the lines is in here, not lines, I mean lines, these lines here, not the class name but the lines. Okay, so as you can see, now we have these lines and they're side by side, main. So if I go line 1, 2, 3, 4, they're side by side, spaced out. But something wrong with some of the lines, there's something wrong. Okay, now we only see 2, so just find corner space between line. Let's double check the name. Line 1. I don't know what's going on with some of the lines that are not showing. So line 4, width. Okay, so line 4, it doesn't inherit the styles. So line 4, oh, the naming. So it's line 4. So make sure you name your classes properly. Okay, otherwise your styles will not show. Okay, so it's inheriting the width now. It's inheriting everything, but line 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we have justified content. We're spacing everything evenly. Okay. Width 100%. Okay, I just don't know why these lines are not showing properly. Let me double inspect again. Justify content, space between. Actually, we don't want space between. It's my fault, actually. It's spaced evenly. So we want them to be evenly spaced out across the website. So now as you can see, we have those lines. They're now spaced evenly across the website instead of space between. Okay, they're like there's space, equal space, it's evenly spaced out. So I'm going to remove this temporary background color. Okay, So now we have those lines that are now showing nicely. Okay, so after the lines, I'm just going to actually put the actual content. I'm going to collapse this. I'm going to say blogs container con. So blogs con stands for container. Okay, so inside the blogs container, actually I'm going to create a parent container here. I'm going to say content. That's the actual content, and then in here I'm going to say blogs container. Okay, so inside the blogs container we're going to have a lot of things, but first we need to create a title. So the title is going to be inside a container called title container. So that's like where the title is going to be, and then the title is going to have an h1. So h1 is a heading. H1 stands for heading. Okay, blogs. So h1 is going to be like a big heading, h2 a smaller one, h3 a smaller one. So it depends. So it goes from h1 to h6. From h1 to h6 it gets smaller and smaller and smaller depending on which heading you're using. Okay, so paragraph, recent, blogs as well. Okay, so now let's go ahead and look at the title container. Okay, but first I'll look at the content, the class name content, if you remember, and then I'm going to give it a padding. So padding is the spacing inside, if you remember, inside, not outside. Okay, margin is spacing outside. So top and bottom is going to be 6 rem, and then left and right is going to be 10 rem. Okay, and then I'm going to target the title container, the div title container of the title, and then I'm going to set position of that to relative. That means I'm going to position absolute one of the child element. Okay, and then it's going to have a width of 50%. Okay, so let's see what we have. So there it is. So we have padding top and bottom, and then left and right, so it's spacing. Okay, so now we just need to also select the title container, and then I'm gonna target the h1 inside the title container and h1. Okay, I'm gonna target that. I'm going to give it a font size of 3 rem. It's like a big font, and then I'm going to also give it a font weight of 600 rem, not 600 rem, just 600. I'll show you what I mean. So the font weight is going to make the text much more stronger. Okay, in here I'm just going to do the same thing, but I'm going to target the paragraph. So for the paragraph, I'm going to do font size. It's going to be much bigger font for rem, and then font weight is going to be something like, I don't know, 700. And then the opacity, I'm just going to make it very low opacity. So the opacity goes from 0 to 1. So I'm just going to do 0.06. That's the opacity. And also I'm going to give it a position of absolute, because I want it to position anywhere I want. Top is going to be 50%. And then I'm going to do left to 0. Okay, so let's see what we have. So that's the paragraph with the subtle opacity is very low, but I don't like this font size. Not the font size, I mean the actual font. It just doesn't look nice. So let's go to Google Fonts to get a font. Google Fonts. So the font that I'm going to be looking for, you can use any font that you want. So say I'm going to get rid of these ones. Okay, say look for something called rounded. Okay, so click that rounded 1C, and then to add the font, just click whatever font weight you want. So in this case I'm going to start from 400. Actually, I think I might, yeah, 400. We go 500, 600, and 800. We might not use some of them, but I'm just going to selecting these 3 font weights, actually 4. Okay, so to use this font, just copy these links here, right here, the link. Okay, copy the links, and go to your HTML file. After the linking of the CSS file, just paste those links, the ones you've copied. Okay, and then now go back and copy this font family name and go back to your code, to your CSS. In the body, in here we can set the font family to whatever font you've downloaded, and then save, and hopefully everything should look nice. As you can see, now we have a different font. Okay, so that's it for the font. I also want this to be in uppercase. In this case, I want the paragraph and the heading to be in uppercase. So I'm just going to target the paragraph in H1. I'm going to say text transform to uppercase. Okay, so I'm targeting the paragraph and the heading. Okay, so I know that I'm not going to use a lot of paragraphs, so that's why I'm just, you know, using this kind of selection. Otherwise you have to give it a class. Okay, all right, so now moving forward, so the title container, we are targeting the paragraph. So we kind of want to create a line between the blogs and this paragraph here, the big one. I want like a loading bar here, like a line. So to do that kind of a line, we need to do some pseudo elements as well. So I'll go title container. So to do a pseudo element, we've done some pseudo elements before, but we did different ones. So this pseudo element is called before. Okay, so we can create it like, it's like a div basically. It's just like an empty div, but it's going to be relative to the title container. Okay, so it's going to have like content is going to be an empty string. So it's just like, now it's just like an empty div now. Okay, so position is going to be absolute because we want to position wherever we want to. Position of absolute, and then I'm just going to change the values here. So the background color, I'm just going to paste in the background color that we're going to be using. Okay, and also the opacity, I'm just going to get rid of that. So the left is going to be 0. The width, I'm just going to put this to maybe 40%. Okay, so that's our width. Okay, so now I'm going to save. Oops, what's going on here? So there it is. That's the loading bar, but it's too big. So the height, I'm going to change the height to something 0.4 rem, like a smaller value. So there's the line. There it is. Actually, I think I might increase this to 0.48 rem to make it slightly bigger. Okay, so now we have that line. I'm just going to position this. So to position, go to bottom. I want it to be at the bottom. I'm going to say minus 20%. I want it to be slightly at the bottom here somewhere. Okay, seems like it's not moving. I'm going to check out why it's not moving. Okay, so inspect title container. Okay, before, bottom. I don't know why it's not moving. Oh, because I set top to 0, didn't I? Top is set to 0, so remove the top. Okay, so make sure the top is not set to 0. Okay, so top remove from 0. Okay, so now there it is. I'm gonna say border radius, only the corners to be rounded. So the border radius, I'm gonna set it to 12 pixels, so the corner is going to be like rounded like this. Okay, so now that is done. We also need to create like the actual loading bar. So I'm going to paste this down here. I'm going to change this from before and after. So this is just like the same div basically. It's like the same div, but it's a different pseudo selector. Okay, so for the loading, I'm gonna give it a different color and a different width. So width, I'm gonna say 25%, not 250, but 25%. Okay, so there it is. So now it's like it's loading. So this after is like on top of the before pseudo element. It's the styles are exactly the same. It's just different tweaks. Okay, so you can reduce reduce this loading to, let's say, maybe 18%. Okay, so yeah, it's this kind of like effect. You can also mess around with the z index. I'm gonna set the z index of the before to -2. I want it to be behind the content. Okay, so -2, so it's going to be like behind the content. And also I think the lines as well, I'm gonna change the z index of the lines. I want them to be behind the content. I'm gonna say z index -1, so they're going to be like sort of behind whatever content we have right here. Okay, so if we need to make any adjustments, we will do that later. So now that's it for this title. Now let's go to the blogs to make the actual blogs. So this is quite straightforward and it's quite easy as well. So we're going to do the grid. So as you remember, we did the grid. So we're going to have some grid items. So each blog item is going to be like a grid item in a different cell. Okay, I'm going to say blog. So that's each individual blog, and then I'm going to have blog content inside the blog. And then what else do we have? Inside the blog content, we have an image. Okay, so to do an image, it's just an img tag, and then the source is the location of the image, and then the actual image. So I'm looking at the images folder and selecting the blogs1 image. After that, after the image, we're going to have an anchor tag, which it's a link that leads to an external website. Okay, so href is the location of the website. For example, if I say www.google.com, so if I click this link, it's going to lead us to this website. You can put any website that you want. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in some content here. I'm going to say, hey, this I'm going to say, actually, no, some text. HTML and CSS blogs website. Okay, I'm gonna just leave it like this, so you can put anything that you want. Okay, so that's it for the blogs content. There isn't much content in there. Okay, so now let's just do the styles. Actually, before I do anything, I'm just gonna duplicate this a few more times. I'm gonna create, let's say, 6 blogs. I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so all you need to do is just change the content of these blogs. Okay, so I'm gonna change the second one to image to blogs2, the third one 3, 4, 5, and then I'm just going to repeat the images 3 and then 2. So these images are coming from this image folder. So we have blogs 1, 2, 3. So you can use different images. So here I'm just referencing the images that I want to use for each blog item. So when I save, when I scroll down, we have these huge images. Okay, we're going to be styling this in a moment. So let's go to the CSS. So we have the blocks container, that's the class name. I'm just gonna select that. I'm gonna go down here, I'm gonna do blocks container, and then I'm gonna say margin top. So it's, remember, spacing outside 6 rem. So I want to space out between the title and the blogs. Margin top 6 rem, and then we're going to do a display grid. If you remember what we did, display grid. So in this case, I want a grid with 3 columns. Okay, so grid template columns, repeat, and then I'm going to say 3 on FR. So now we have 3 grid columns, but these images are huge and they're quite distracting. Okay, so to fix that, we also actually need a grid gap of 2 rem. To fix that, I'm going to select blocks container, and then I'm going to tag the anchor tag. I want to style that, so I'm going to say text decoration to none, and then a color of white, and then a font size. It's going to be 1.3 rem, so it's a different font size, and then a font weight. Font weight is how, you know, how thick or how I don't know how thick the font is. So if it's higher, the font is going to look more bold, and if it's a little bit low, it's not going to look much bold. So the higher the value, the bolder it is, depending on the font weights you've downloaded. So in this case, I downloaded 400 all the way to 800, I think. Okay, so there it is. So now we have a nice font. Okay, but the images are not showing correctly. But before we do that, I want to change the color of this block title here. When I hover, I want it to make it blue. To do a hover, we need to use, so we're tagging the anchor tag, the A, inside the blocks container, and then we're going to use a pseudo element called hover. So in here, that's when we're going to do the color for the hovering. So in here, we just do hover, and then when you hover, the color changes to that color. Okay, so if you want this to be very like slow transitioning, you can use something called a transition. You can say transition, and then 0.4 seconds, that's the duration, and then is in out, something like this, and then you can hover, and then text it's transitioning. Okay, so I'm also going to target the image. So the image is inside the blog, so blog, and then I'm going to excuse me, target the class of image, and then the actual image. Okay, so you can actually also give this image excuse me this image a different class, and then you can just select that specific class. But this is another way of selecting elements. Okay, so the width of the image is going to be 100%, and then the height is going to be, the height is going to be 100% as well. And then object fit is to cover. It means I don't want the image to stretch. I want it to cover, to be covering the entire grid cell without without, you know, repeating or not doing anything weird. So I just want it to cover the grid cell. I don't want the border radius actually. So I'm going to save this. So when I say width 100%, it's going to cover the 100% of the width of the grid cell. Okay, so now when I refresh this, I'm not refresh, inspect, the grid cell is this blogs content. Actually, it's the blog, that's the grid cell. So when I say width 100%, I want this image to cover this grid cell, the width of this whole grid cell. So in this case, we have three columns, so we have 3 grid cells. So when I say width 100%, I want to cover this cell. So each of the image is going to cover this cell 100% of the width. Okay, so now that we have that, each blog I'm going to give it a different color. Okay, so I'm gonna say dot not blog, actually not each blog, all of the blogs, they're going to have the same background color. So this kind of, you know, color, but it still doesn't look nice. Where we need to do something, we need to do a padding. Okay, we need to give a bit of a padding and spacing around. So the padding is going to be in the blog's content. Okay, so blog's content, it's going to have a padding. I'm thinking of how much padding I should give inside the blog's content. I think if you do blog's content, where did I select the class? Okay, I think I'll just select here blogs content. Okay, so the blog's content, I'm going to give it a padding of 1 rem. It's around, so it's going to be around everything. Padding blogs content, I mean blog, not blogs content, it's blog content. Okay, so it's gonna have a padding around of 1 rem, so it's nicely giving leaving this kind of padding space out. Okay, so now we have that padding. We can also give a padding on this anchor tag as well. So this one, I'm gonna say padding, I'm gonna say maybe 0.8 rem, it's a smaller value, and then 0 left and right. So top and bottom 0.8, left and right 0. So it's not okay. Padding. I think it's too small. I'm going to inspect this. Actually, I'm gonna set display to inline block. Okay, so now the padding is showing. Okay, so the pattern is showing. We can also like sort of make an animation when we hover each of these blog item. Okay, so I'm gonna say blog dot blog and pseudo element hover. When we hover okay, so when I hover this, we can sort of transform. So transform is to move something. Okay, so we can transform this and translate. So we can translate on the y-axis. I want it to go up, so which is minus, so it's up minus 5 pixels. So when I hover, I want it to go up by minus 5 pixels. As you can see, it's going up. Okay, so it's like kind of snappy. It's like snapping. So we want it to transition like nicely. So to make it transition inside the blog, we can do transition. I'm gonna say all 0.4 seconds. That's the duration of the transition. And then when I hover, it's like transitioning nicely. Okay. By the way, we can also change the cursor to this kind of a pointer. So we can say cursor on hover, we can say cursor pointer. Okay, so now when I hover, the cursor is like pointer. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this grid system. We can also make it responsive by using something called media queries. Okay, so this, we can make this whole website responsive. But we're not going to do media queries at the moment. We're going to look at media queries in later videos. So this was just an introduction to more CSS features and how to do the grid in some real world projects. Okay, but before I go to the next video, I'm just going to change the content of this website. I'm going to say lorem 6. Oops, I'm just going to generate like random text. Lorem 6. Okay, so I'm just going to generate like a bunch of random text. lem 5 lorem 4 lorem 6. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be looking at more advanced stuff, and we're going to look at more CSS features as well, and we're going to be building like a slightly bigger project than this. So this is just to introduce you to some CSS features and stuff. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, so now let's get started making this project. We're going to be downloading some fonts. Let's go to Google Fonts. Okay, so the one font that I'm going to be using is called Lunito. Okay, so we're going to be getting the font weights from regular 400, also medium 500. We also need 600, I believe, this one, and then finally we need 700, this one. Okay, so copy this link right here, copy, go to VS Code. I've created a new folder and this folder is empty. We're going to be creating new files here. So I'm going to be creating a new folder first. The new folder is going to be img for images, and then I'm going to create a new index file, index.html. Okay, so now I'm going to be I'm going to close this. I'm going to hold shift and 1 and then tab to generate the HTML boilerplate, and then I'm going to change the title to portfolio, and then I'm going to paste in the Google font down here. Okay, so I've done that. Okay, so now in this case I'm also going to be creating a new style for the CSS. So I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called styles.css, like that. Okay, so we're going to be using this for styling our page. I'm going to be including that in here. So after the title, I'm going to say link, and then I'm going to include the style. So it's not in a folder, so we don't need to include like a folder or something. I'm just going to do like this style.css. Now we're including the styles for the CSS. Okay, so we need to open this with live server. Open with live server. So if you haven't already downloaded live server, go to the extensions and look for live server. Okay, so this is the extension. So we can use this extension to automatically refresh the page without going to the page and refreshing like this. Okay, so if we save something here, it's going to automatically update without refreshing the page. Okay, because if you don't use live server, every time you make changes you need to refresh the page like this. Okay, so we don't need to do that, so make sure you download the extension if you haven't already. Okay, so now we've linked the styles. Let's open this with live server. Okay, so there it is. As you can see, it's empty, so we need to check if our style is working. So we're going to do body. We're going to select the body and change the background color to something like red. Okay, so as you can see now our style is working. Okay, so now we just need to get some things ready. I'm going to go to the Google Fonts. I'm going to copy the font family, copy that, and then I'm going to remove it from here, and then I'm going to paste it in the body. So there's our font family, and I'm also going to remove this background color. That was temporary, just to see if our style was working. Okay, so now we just need to start making the header, which is this area here with also the navigation area. Okay, so let's get started. Let's start by resetting the browser. I'm gonna say margin, I'm gonna set that to 0, then list style to none, and then box sizing to border box, and then padding 0. By default, the browser is going to start with a default padding and margin, so we need to get rid of that. Okay, so now yeah, that's it for the page resetting. Now we just need to also download something, one more thing. So we're using these icons. These icons are coming from a library called Font Awesome, so we're going to be including Font Awesome so we can use these icons here. So I'm gonna say Font Awesome CDN. So CDN stands for Content Delivery Network, so that means it's going to be hosted online on the CDN website. Okay, so here I'm going to look for a version which is not in beta. I'm gonna look for version, I'm gonna put this one, okay, which is not beta, and then copy the link, copy link tag, go back to the index. You can paste it down here anywhere you like here, paste it down there, and then save. Okay, so to see if it's working, you can do I, and then you can do class, then you can do fast, and then FA, I think it's Facebook, if I remember the class names correctly, and then I'm gonna save. I'm just gonna see if it's working, and nothing changed, so that means I've did something wrong. I'm gonna go to Google and type Facebook, Font Awesome, and then click here the first link. Okay, and then copy this link here, just click and then it will copy automatically, and then replace this and then paste it like this. Okay, and then save, and then there it is. The Facebook icon is showing. So now we just need to, so now we know that Font Awesome is working. What else do we need to set up? Actually, I need to turn off GitHub Copilot so it doesn't distract you. Okay, so now actually we need to set up the images. I'm going to be including the images that we're going to be using. So I'm going to open this image folder. I'm gonna review in Explorer the image folder. Okay, so now there's the image folder. Okay, I'm going to be pasting the images in here that we're going to be using. So I'm going to include the images that we're going to be using in here. Okay, so now they're the images that we're going to be using. Okay, so now we should have the images in here. There they are. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the, don't mind this folder here, it's automatic, don't mind it. So yeah, that's it for this setup. I'll see you in the next video where we're going to be working on the header. Okay, so now let's get started working on this header section here. Okay, so in the index, I'm going to be creating the header section. So for the header, I'm just going to do header dot header with the class of header. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct, like that. And then in the header we have the navigation. I'm gonna say dot navigation, and then this is actually a nav with the class of navigation. Okay, hit enter, and then in the navigation we have the logo section. I'm gonna say dot logo, and then in the logo we're using an image called logo. It's inside the images folder, and then put a slash, and then we're going to be using the logo.svg. That's the image that we're going to be using. Here in the alt tag, just in case the image doesn't show or doesn't exist, you can just say logo. So this will show if this image doesn't render. Okay, or you can leave this blank, it's up to you how you decide to do it. So down below that, I'm going to say ul dot nav items. In the nav items, we're going to have some links. So the link, to do a link tag, we need to do li dot nav item. That's the class I'm going to give it. So it's going to be a nav item, it's a list item. And then in there we're going to have an anchor tag, an a tag. Okay, so href, that's the link where you're going to specify where you want this link to lead to. For example, if I say www.google.com, so if I click this link, it's going to go to Google. For example, I'm going to say Google, not in here, so it should be between here like this, and then I'm going to save. If I go to this portfolio, if I click this Google link, it's going to actually, we need to copy the full address. So the full address for google.com, it's pretty sure it's HTTPS something like, is it like this? Oh, no, something like this. Okay, let me double check. Okay, yeah, it's like this. So just copy this like this. Pretty sure that's the, yep, let me double check. Wait a second. HTTPS. I'm gonna copy this to see if this is the correct link. Paste it down here. Okay, it is the correct link. Actually, I'm gonna copy it. So this is the correct link actually. HTTPS www.google.com. So paste it down here like this and then save. Okay, so now when I go back, when I click this link, it should lead us to Google for some reason. Okay, there it is, it's working. I just needed to refresh. So now when I click, it's taking us to Google. So same as Facebook, you can just change this to whatever link that you want to go to. Okay, so when I click this, it's gonna go to Facebook. Okay, so yeah, that's how you have to do it. You have to copy the full link that you want to go to and then put it in here. Okay, so in this case, I don't want this link to go anywhere. I'm gonna put a hash, so that means I don't want this link to go anywhere. So this is going to be home, and then the next one I'm gonna say about, and then I'm going to do skills, and then I'll do services, okay, and then finally we're going to have a contact. Okay, so there they are. So after that, we're going to have some icons here. So these are the icons that we're going to be using. So after that, after the URL, outside that, we're going to have like a class name called icons. It's a div, so it's like a container of the icon, and then we're going to have each individual icon. So the first icon, I'm going to say icon. So this is going to be a div with icon, the icon class icon. I want to have 4 divs, okay, with the class of icon. I'm going to actually I'm going to have 4 divs with the class of icon. And then so we have icon, and then the first div is going to be icon IG. So the first div is a class of icon, and then another class of IG. So the IG is responsible for the Instagram icon. Okay, so I'm going to go to the font awesome. I'm going to say Instagram. I'm looking for the Instagram icon. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this icon here. I'm going to copy, then I'm going to paste it down here. Okay, so now with the IG, I'm going to paste down, and then I'm going to change this to FB for Facebook. And then I just need to go here and look for Facebook. Okay, so in this case we're using this rounded Facebook icon, so which is this one. Copy the Facebook icon, paste it down here. Okay, so the next one is going to be GitHub. GitHub. So you just need to copy to search for the icon from font awesome. Okay, and then finally we have the YouTube icon. Okay, just change the class to YT for YouTube. Okay, so now we have the icons. Let's start styling the navigation. Okay, before we do the header content. Okay, so if you remember, we've done some variables, so we're going to be using some variables for this. Okay, if you remember what we've done in the tutorial, so I'm going to define the root. Okay, and then here we're going to put some variables we're going to be using. So I'm going to do -- and then color primary. Okay, so that's the primary color, and then I'm going to be saying hash 16 19 and then 4, and then I'm gonna do F. Okay, so that's the dark color. I'm going to be pasting the rest of the variables so I don't waste your time. Okay, I'm gonna copy it and then paste the variables that we're going to be using. So the trans is a transition. We're going to be using this transition. It's like an easing transition, and then the font size is set to 18 pixels, and then in the body we're going to say font size, and then we're going to do var. We're going to be using the font size variable in here, right, like this. Okay, so automatically the font size is going to be 18 pixels coming from this variable. Okay, so now we also want to define a default color for the website, so we're going to do var. The default color is going to be color gray 1, so that's going to be default color for the fonts. Okay, also want to select all of the anchor tags. I want them to have a font size to inherit whatever font size is in the body, and also I'm going to do font family. We're going to do the same thing. We want to inherit, and then we're also going to do font weight. We're going to set the font weight for that to 500 or 400. Let's do 400 for now, and then we can change it later. Okay, so now let's start doing the navigation. So to do, we're going to target the navigation. Okay, and then we're going to do min height. So the minimum height is going to be 10 VH, which is 10% of the viewport height. Okay, VH stands for viewport height. That's the min height. And then I'm going to set the width to 100%. And then I'm going to display flex. We want them to be side by side. Okay, so we want the items inside the navigation to be side by side, which is the logo, the nav items, and also the icons. Okay, I want them to be side by side. So when I save, oops, for somehow I've deleted the page. I've closed the page. I'm gonna reopen the page with live server. Okay, so as you can see, the logo, the items here, and the icons, they're side by side. So but we want them to be spaced out across the entire width right here. So to do that, we're going to be using justify content, and then we're going to do space between, because we want to space them around. Okay, yeah, and then there they are. Okay, and then we want to also align them to center, align items to center. Okay, and then we want to give a padding top and bottom. We're going to set that to 0, and then 4 rem left and right. So we're just giving like a spacing to the right side and left side. Okay, but we also need to do the same thing for this one. We need to use display flex for this one, because we want these items to be side by side, and also the icons, we want them to be side by side. So we're going to be using the flex property to do that. Okay, but first let's start by doing the logo. I'm going to say dot logo, and then I'm going to be targeting the image inside the logo container. I'm going to say width. I'm going to set to a fixed width of 50 pixels, and then I'm going to reduce the opacity to make it not that bright. I'm going to do 0.7 so it won't be that bright. Okay, as you can see now, it's not that big anymore, and the opacity is not that high. Okay, and then below that I'm going to target the nav items. So the nav items are those list items. Okay, so I want them to be side by side. We're going to do display. We're going to set that to flex, and then we're going to say align items to center. Okay, so yeah, as you can see now they're side by side, but we're going to get rid of this underlining here. So to get rid of that, actually every list item, I don't want it to have that underlining. Okay, so in this all selector, so this star, it means select everything. I'm going to get rid of the text decoration. I'm going to set that to none. So by default, all of the link tags, actually the list tags, the LIs, will not have the underlining. Okay, so I got rid of that. Now let's style the those nav items. Okay, so I'm going to say dot nav item. It's actually dot to select the class name, and then I'm going to give a margin, so 0 top and bottom, and then 2 rem left and right. Okay, and then we're going to do position to relative. So if I set something in position to relative, that means I can create a child within this nav item, and I can position that child within this nav item wherever I want to. Okay, so if I set the child to position of absolute within this nav item, I can position that child within this nav item wherever I want. Let's say, for example, this is the nav item. If I have a child in here, let's say I have like a small shape in here. If I set that to position of absolute, I can position that shape inside this container wherever I want. So that's what I'm doing with the position relative. You're going to see what I mean later on. Okay, so as you can see, they're now spaced out. Okay, so yeah, I'm also going to select the nav item, the a anchor tag. That's the anchor tag. Then I'm going to do color. So the color that I'm going to be using, I'm going to do var. I'm going to be using gray 1, or you can do inherit to inherit the gray 1 color. Okay, and then I'm going to change the font weight. For that, I'm going to set that to 600, and then I'm going to do padding. So padding is like spacing around 1 rem. Okay, and then I want this to have like a smooth transition. I'm going to do transition. I'm gonna do var, actually transition var. I'm gonna put the transition variable. I'm pretty sure that's the name of it's called trans. Okay, as you can see, everything looks good. Okay, so now I want to put like a hover effect like this right here. When I hover, there's like this effect right here. So we're going to be using this to creating this effect using something called pseudo elements. Okay, so we're going to do dot nav item, and then we're going to do a, and then we're going to create a pseudo element called a before pseudo element, and then here we're going to say content. We're going to put it in an empty string, and then we're going to give it a position of absolute. So remember, the parent of this before pseudo element is the anchor tag, which has a position of it doesn't have a position of relative, but the closest parent that has a position of relative is the nav item. Okay, so this is the closest parent with a position of relative. So it's going to be, we're going to be able to position this before pseudo element within this nav item here. Okay, so position of absolute, we need to give width to 100%, and then height, we're going to set the height to 2 pixels, and then so since the position is absolute, we can position this wherever we want. I'm going to position it at the bottom, minus 5 pixels. I want it to be minus 5 pixels at the bottom. And then I'm going to do left. I'm going to set left to 0. And then the background color, I'm going to do var. So the background color for this one is primary color. Okay. So by default, I want the visibility to be hidden. I'm going to say visibility. I'm going to set that to hidden. Okay, and then we're going to transform. We want to change the transformation. I'm going to say scale. We're going to scale it on the x-axis. Okay, so I'm going to set that to 0. But the transform scale starts from 0 to 1. So in this case, as you can see, the transform is set to 0 right now. When I hover, I'm gonna set that to 1, to the maximum value. Okay, so that's going on. So it's transforming, it's scaling on the x-axis only. That's what we want to affect. So we're going to say scale x. We're setting that to 0. Okay, so also we're going to be doing a transition. Here we're going to be doing a different transition though. We're going to say 0.4, actually 0.3 seconds. And then we're going to say ease in and ease out. It's actually transition is in and out. Okay, so we're also going to change the opacity. We're going to set the opacity to 0.7. Okay, and then I'll copy this nav item before, and then I'll paste it down here, the selector. Okay, so when we hover the anchor tag on hover, I want the before pseudo element. When I have this a tag here, I I want the before the visibility to be visible, and then I'm going to also do the transform, the scale here. I'm going to change the scale from 0 to 1. Okay, the scale is going to change from 0 to 1. So when I hover like this, nothing shows because we still need to give it a color. Okay, so well, I'm going to say .nav item, and then I'm going to do a. On hover, I'm going to do a primary color. Alright, now let's see what we get. So nav item, ink tag, on hover. Before, so then we were setting the visibility to visible, and then the scale was setting that to 1. Okay, now let's see what we got. Okay, nothing comes out. Let's inspect this. Right click and then inspect. Let's see, the before pseudo element is there. Let's see why it's not showing. Okay, so if I'm going to uncheck visibility, and then I'm also going to check transform and scale. As you can see, it's there, rather, there it is. So something is wrong on the hover. So let's see what we've done wrong, why it's not showing. I'm going to refresh this. So nav item a. This is so weird. I don't know why it's not showing at all. Okay, so content position of absolute. This is strange. Okay, width 100%. Here, right here. So this is the hover. So make sure it's not double. This is supposed to be double. It's supposed to be a single. Okay, so that's the hover. Okay, and then let's save. Okay, there it is. So it's working. Okay, so now let's do the icons. So the icons, we need to make them side by side. So we're going to be using flex.icons. We're going to say display. We're going to set that to flex, and then we're going to say align items to center. Okay, and then we're going to style each individual icon. We're going to say dot icons, and then we're going to target icon class, icon class, and then I'm going to say margin. We're just going to space around 0, 1.5 left and right. Okay, and then we're going to set the cursor to pointer. So when we have the cursor, it's going to be like a pointer, like that. Oops, the margin, I meant 1.5, like that. And then I'm going to save. So there it is. The icons are spaced out. So these icons, we can set the font size of the icons. Okay, so we're also going to give these icons let me double check, a color primary. Okay, I'm going to say like this, select like this, icons, and then I want to target the I tag inside the icon. I want to say font size, I want to set to 1.5 rem, and then the color, I'm going to set that to var primary, that's the color. Okay, and then I'm also going to do opacity to 0.7, so it's not that dark. Okay, so there it is. Okay, same thing, everything looks good, perfect. So now we need to do the header content, which is this area here. Okay, so that's the header content. Okay, so for the header content, I'm going to go styles. I'm gonna comment to do a comment to like this, and then put a star, and then slash, and then I'm gonna say header. I'm gonna say header content like this, and then I'm going to do the header content. So For the header content, we're going to use a grid. Okay, so the grid is the left and right side. So go back. I'm going to close this image. I'm going to collapse this nav, like here, collapse. After the nav, I'm going to do a class called dot header content, like this, header content, and then we're going to have dot left header, and then we're going to have a right header, left and right header. Okay, so there it is. So in here I'm going to have a title. I'm going to say h1 dot header main, heading main. I'm going to say hi, I am. Then I'm going to put a span. I want to color the span differently from the rest. I'm going to say lorem ipsum, put your name, and then after that I'm going to put a full stop here, and then I'm going to say a web. I'm going to break. So to break, to go to the next line, we use a br tag. Excuse me. To break, then I'll do developer, like this. Okay, and then I'm going to do a p tag. I'm going to generate some text. To generate that, you can do lorem, and then type the amount of words that you want to use. For example, 20, and then like that, and then now you have 20 words. Okay, you can generate as many words as you want for lorem ipsum. Okay, so inside the p tag, I'll put the lorem ipsum text. Okay, so after that, I'm going to do a button. I'm going to say so the button is going to be a link. So you can, for example, link a location where your CV is stored. For example, Google Drive, any kind of storage where your CV is stored for people to download your CV. I'm going to say .btn. So the href is hash. It doesn't go anywhere. So if you want it to go anywhere, you can just copy paste the location link where you want the users to download your CV from. Okay, I'm gonna say download CV, like this. Okay, I'm going to save. On the other side, I'm going to say dot shape. So that this is the shape, the background shape that you see right here. When I have this is the shape I'm talking about. So that's the div for the shape. And then below that, I'm going to do an image. So the image is going to be img in the images folder. So the image is called hero. That's the name of the image. I'm going to be saving that. So that's the hero image, which is this image right here. Okay, so that's that. So now let's get started styling this. Okay, so if you remember, we've used the padding for the header nav here. We need to do the same thing for the header content as well. So yeah, go back to the header styles here. I'm gonna say dot header, so make sure it's a class selector. Use the dot. I'm gonna say mean height. I'm gonna set that to 100 VH or 90 VH. I'm gonna set that to 90 actually, because the other 10 VH is the minimum 10 VH is being occupied by the navigation. Okay, I'm going to target header content. I'm going to say display. I'm going to set that to grid. We want to have 2 columns of the grid. So to do the grid columns, we're going to say grid template columns, if you remember the grid section. And then we're going to say repeat to 1FR. Or you can just do, instead of doing this, you can just do 1FR, 1FR. That means we're going to have 2 columns with equal sizes. Okay. So yeah, that's up to you how you decide to do it. And also the padding, I'm going to do padding 0 left and right, and then actually 0 top and bottom, and then left and right I'm going to set that to 18. I want it to be like a huge padding. Okay, so there it is. So the content and the navigation is going to have different paddings like this. Also, I'm going to have margin top. So the margin top is like spacing from the top. I'm going to set that to a huge margin, 8 rem. Okay, and also the grid, I want it to have like a gap, grid gap. I'm going to set that to 2 rem. Okay, like this. Everything looks good. Okay, so for let's target the left header. I'm going to say dot left header. left header, I'm gonna say padding top, I'm gonna set that to 5 rem. I'm going to target the header main, h main, that's the title, like the h1, the main one. Okay, so I'm going to say font size, I'm going to set that to 3 rem. And then I'm going to say font weight, I'm going to set that to 700, the maximum, which we have included from Font Awesome, Google Fonts. For the color, I'm going to set that to the primary, and then I'm going to give margin bottom of 1 rem, something like that. Let's save, let's see what we got. So there it is, a web developer, like that. Actually, a web developer, let's see where I've I don't want to break here, right here. I'm gonna cut, oops, I don't want to break, I'm gonna cancel this. So I'm going to save, yeah, like this. I don't want to break here, so this is a mistake. I don't want to break right here. So like this, a web developer. And then I'm going to do the span. Okay, so the span, I want to give it a different color. I'm going to say h.h main. Inside there's a span. I'm just going to give this a different color. This one is going to have a secondary color. Okay, so like this. So that's the span. We'll give it a secondary color. Okay, so in the header left header, we have a paragraph inside. We're going to give it a padding top and bottom. It's like spacing between the title and the button. I'm going to set that to 2 rem, and then 0 left and right. And then we're going to set a line height, is the spacing between the text. Okay, like the lines of the text. So I'm going to say 1.8 rem. So line height means like the spacing between the lines of the text. Okay, so we set that to 1.8. You can put like to a large value, inspect, and then you can try to put in more. You can try to find whatever suits your need. Okay, so you can mess around with the value to see whatever values you think really works for you. Okay, so that is entirely up to you. Okay, so finally we're going to do a btn. We're going to say display inline block, and then we're going to do text decoration. We're going to set that to none. Okay, so we're setting the text decoration to none, and then I'm going to set font weight to 600, and then we're going to do a background color. The background color I'm going to do var. So this one is going to be a primary for the background color for that. And then we're going to do color. We're going to set that to white. White color. And then we're going to do padding 0.7 rem top and bottom, and then 2.2 rem left and right. You can experiment with these values to see what kind of padding that you're looking for. And then I'm going to set the border radius. So the border radius is how rounded the corners are. I'm going to set that to 7 pixels. And then we might also want to do a transition. I'm going to do the variable I believe that's the name of the variable. I'm going to save. Okay, so there it is. So that's the button. We also want to have to change the color when we have on this button. So how do we do that? So to change the color on hover, we're going to be using the secondary color. We're going to do btn.btn, then we're going to do hover. We're just going to change the background color to the secondary color. Copy this, change it to from primary to secondary. Okay, and then we're going to change the color. Actually, the color is going to stay white. We're just going to translate this button. I'm going to say transform, translate. We're going to translate this on the Y. So that means we're going to move this button on the Y axis, which means vertical. Okay, so I'm going to do minus. It means we want to move it up on the minus y. Okay, so minus 5 pixels on the y-axis. I'm gonna save. When I hover, the button goes up minus 5 pixels. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this left section. Now let's work on the right section. So on the right header, we're going to be using this flex. I'm gonna say dot right header like that, and then I'm going to do display flex. So that means we want to set something side by side, or want to align something to the center. So we can use flex. Then we're going to say align items, align items to center. We're going to set the align items to center, and then justify content to center as well. And then we're going to set position of relative on this right header content, because we want to move the shape around, or the image, whatever we're going to move around. We just need to set the child element that we need to move around to position of absolute, so we can move it around like we did up here. Okay, so in this case, we're going to move the shape. So the shape is just an empty div right here. Okay, so we're going to set that position of absolute. I want to say dot shape. I want to say position absolute, and then I'm going to give it a width and a height of 100%. So I want it to cover the entire width of the grid item and entire height. So I'm going to set it to 100%, and then I'm going to set the height to 100%. So it's going to cover the entire grid item. I'm going to say top. So top, I want it to be at the top to 0, left 0. Okay, and then I'm going to do a background color. I'm going to do var. So this color is going to be the secondary color. So let's see. So there it is. Okay, but it's covering our image. We want this to be behind the image. So to do that, we're going to use something called a z index. Okay, so we're going to set the z index to -1. Z index to -1. That means it's going to be behind everything. Okay, so now it's going to be behind the image because we set the z index to -1. Okay, so we're going to do something called a transform. So the effect that we're going to be using, the transformation that property that we're going to be using is called skew. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's called skew. It's like sort of changing the shape. So to do that, we're going to, it works in degrees. So the value that I found that really worked for me is -20 degrees. You can mess around with this value to see whatever value that you want to do. Okay, so as you can see, there it is. So that's the 20 degrees. So let's inspect this. We can try to mess around with this shape. I'm gonna go to the skew, click this little dial here, and then start messing around with it to see whatever value that you want. Okay, so if you don't want this shape to kind of go outside of this container here, you can set the container, the right header, to overflow. It means we don't want this any children inside this container to go outside this container. You can set that to hidden. So that means this shape, no matter what you do, it's not gonna overflow. It's not gonna go outside of this container. Okay, so let's go back to the shape. You can sort of mess around with the shape like that. But in this case, we don't want that. We want the -20. Sorry, -20 degrees. That's the value that looks really good. You can mess around with any values that you want. Okay, and also I'm not going to do the overflow to hidden. I kind of like the shape if it's overflowing like this. Okay, so everything looks good. We're going to do the transition. I'm going to set that to var, and then we're going to do trans, so we can transition this nicely. Okay, so I'm going to say dot shape. Okay, so actually I'm going to do the right header, and then when we have on the right header, I want the shape to transform and to get rid of this skew. So we just need to set that to 0. Okay, so when I save, when I hover, now the skew is gonna go to 0, to the default position when I hover the right header container, which is the grid item. When I hover, it goes to 0, and then when I leave, it's gonna go to it's gonna go to -20. When I hover, it goes to 0. So that's the effect we were looking for. yeah, and that's it for this header section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to do this about section right here. I'll see you on the next video. Okay, welcome back. So now let's work on this section here, about me section. Okay, so we're going to be creating a new, after the header, we're going to say main content. So it's a main tag. That means that's where all of the content for the main section, main page of the main section of the website. That means all of the content is going to be in the main. And then after the main, we have something called a footer, which is like the footer section. So let's keep everything in the main. So in here, we're going to have a section in the main section with a class of about. So that's the about section. I'm going to say dot section about, like that, and then I'm going to close the section. So in this section, we're going to have two things. So we're going to have the main title. In the main title, we're going to have a paragraph. It's going to say about me, and then after that, we're going to have an h2. It's going to say the same thing, about me. Okay, so below that, below the main title, we're going to have dot service skills, service skills, like this, and then go down, and then we're going to have left service and right service. So we have two sections, left and right sections. Okay, I'm gonna go inside the left. Inside the left, we're going to have an h3 with a class of skill title. Class, I want to say skill title. Okay, so make sure the spelling is correct. Skill title, and then I'm gonna say I am, and then I'm gonna do span, and then lorem ipsum. Okay. Yeah, below that, I'm just going to do a paragraph with some lorem ipsum text. Okay, I'm just gonna paste in the text here. It's just random lorem ipsum text. You can generate your own, and then here I'm just breaking the text to go to the next line. So the BR stands for break. So if I do double BR, it means if I cancel this one BR, now I have one break BR tag. I'm going to refresh. So as you can see, it's breaking to the next line, but I want to skip another line, so I'm gonna put another BR. So now it's gonna skip, it's gonna leave an empty line, go to the next line. That's what I want to do. That's why I'm using double BR. Okay, so that's that. So let's go to the right side. So the right side is going to be a little more challenging. Okay, so on the right side, we're going to have a skills container. Okay, so skills con, it means to skills container, and then in there we're going to have dot skill item, like so, and then in the skill item, we're going to have a left skill section, dot left skill section. I'm going to do sect, or for short for section. In there, we're just going to have an image, img. So the first one, I'm going to do CSS. That's the image that I'm going to be using. You can use a different image, it's up to you. And then the next one, we have the right skill sect, and then in there we're going to have a progress text, dot progress. I'm going to say progress text. Okay, and then I'm going to put a p tag. I'm going to say CSS3, and then another p tag. This is the percentage of your knowledge. Let's say 80%, for example. Okay, and then after that, we're going to have a progress bar, dot progress bar. Okay, so after the progress bar, in there we have another class called progress. Okay, so this progress bar is going to be responsible for CSS. I'm going to put another class called CSS. So each Each programming language is going to have a different progress bar with different opacity. So this is the only responsible for CSS. Okay, so yeah, let's start styling, and then let's see what we're going to have after this. So I'm going to comment. So this comment is going to be responsible for the about. Okay, so after make sure you save everything. So now let's start doing the initial styles for the about section. I'm going to be starting with the main title. I'm going to set the main title, the width, I'm going to set that to 60%. So if I set the width to 60%, as you can see, the title, when I inspect, it is a width of 60%. As you can see, like it is a width of 60%, but I want this title to be nicely centered, to be at the center. So to do that, we're going to be using the margin. We're going to set 0 top and bottom, and then we're going to set automatic left and right, so it's going to be nicely centered. So we are setting that to auto. That means we want to center. And then we're going to do text align. We're going to set that to center. So that means the text is going to be aligned as center. And then we're going to set the position of relative. Okay, so now when we save, everything is centered like this. Okay. So after that, actually we need to do, I'm going to introduce you to something called utility classes. Okay, I'm going to comment. So if I put a comment here, I'm just going to say utilities. So this is going to be, for example, utility class is when I want to center something on the page, or when I want to increase font size of a specific element, I can use the utility class to do that specific task. For example, in this case, I want to give all of the sections paddings around everything. So I'm going to be using a utility class for that. So I'm going to create a utility class called padding. So to do that, I'm going to say, I'm going to put a prefix called u. So u stands for utility. So padding stands for padding. And then padding size, I'm going to say size number 3. And then I'm going to do padding top and bottom. Top and bottom I'm going to set to 10 rem. And then I'm going to set 18 rem left and right. Okay, so that means I want all of these sections to have the same padding. Okay, so I want them to use this utility class here. So that means any section that I use this utility class is going to inherit this padding here, right here. So in this case, I want the this section right here, the section about, to inherit the utility class, utility padding number 3. I'm going to save. As you can see now, actually it hasn't. I just need to save again. It actually inherited the padding. So we have padding top and bottom, and padding left and right. So it inherited the padding. So if we create another section and then use the utility class, it's also going to inherit the padding. So that's what I want for every section. Okay, so let's keep styling. So after the main title, we're going to be doing the h2, which is the header. Okay, so we're going to say main title. We're going to do on hover. When we hover this main title, actually the h2, when we hover, we're going to affect the heading too. So we're going to say transform. We're going to do skew. We've used this property before, so we're going to say minus 20 degrees when we hover. Okay, so when we hover, the transform is going to be like this, minus 20 degrees. We're also going to use the transition. We're going to say transition. We're going to do a use the variable, the var, and then we're going to do trans. So we're going to nicely transition like this. Okay, so we need to do this the same thing. Actually, we need to also style the h2 itself. I'm going to set the font size. The font size for that, I'm going to set that, I'm sorry about the background noise, guys. I'm going to set the font size to 3 rem, and then I'm going to change the font weight. I'll set the font weight to 700. 700, and then I'm gonna do color. I'll change the color to primary. I'll set the color to the primary color, and then I'm going to set the margin bottom. I'm going to set the margin bottom to 1 rem, and then I'm going to give it a transition. If you remember correctly, we've used the variable for the trans, so it's going to be responsible for the transition. I'm going to do trans, and then I'm going to set the cursor also to, actually I'm going to set that to default cursor, and then I'll set that to default. Okay, so now as you can see, the title is now big, and then when we have the cursor is set to default. Okay, we also want to do the same thing for the paragraph. Okay, I'm going to say dot main title, and then I'm going to do p. So for the paragraph, I'm just going to define the font size to 1.8 rem, because I want it to be bigger than the initial font size. Actually, we could have created another variable for this one, but I can't be asked to do that, so it's up to you what you decide to do. I'm going to do text transform. I'm going to set the text transform to uppercase. I want it to be uppercase for the, like this. So as you can see, it's uppercase now. Okay, so here also only the p tag, it has a uppercase text transform. I'm going to also do the transition for that. Transition, yeah, we have the text transform to uppercase. We're also going to do the cursor as well. Copy this property and put it like that. Okay, so that's the paragraph. We want to also do the same thing for the paragraph. We want to skew the paragraph. I'm going to duplicate this, and then I'm going to put it to p. Okay, so when we have the whole thing, oops, that's the wrong one here. Okay, we can skew the whole thing. Okay, so that's for the title. Now let's work on this section here for the skews. I'm going to say dot service skews. Okay, we're going to be doing the grid display. I'm going to say grid. We're going to have 2 columns. We're going to say grid template columns. I'm going to say repeat. We're going to have 2 columns and then 1 FR. Okay, so they're all going to have equal size. I'm going to set the grid gap. So the grid gap for that, we're going to keep it consistent. We're going to set that to 2 rem, and then we're going to change the padding top, and then we'll set that to 3 rem. You can set that to whatever values that you like. Okay, so now we have spacing between the title and the content of the services. So now after that, I'm going to say dot. We're going to target the skew title. And make sure you have the correct spelling. We're changing the skew title font size. I'm going to say 2 rem, not 1, to set that to 2. And then the color we're going to set that to var primary, padding bottom. We're going to set that to 1 rem. So also I remember we've done a span, so by default I want all of the spans to have a color of secondary, all of them. Okay, I'm going to say var secondary. So by default I just want all of the spans that I'm going to define in the index to have a color of secondary. So as you can see, there it is. So all of the spans by default they're going to have a secondary color like that. So now we need to, so now we have skew title, font size is set to 2 rem. We need to target the skill item. Okay, actually the skill container. Let's target the skill container first. Okay, we're going to say dot skills container. So that's the main container. We're going to do a grid. We're going to have 2 columns as well. So make sure you set that display, not just grids. And then we're going to set the template columns to 2, and then we're going to repeat the same thing, the same process. And then grid gap. We're going to have grid column and row gap different. So we're going to say grid column gap. We're going to set that to 1 rem column, only for the columns, and then grid row gap. We're going to set that to 2 rem. So only for the column, and then for the row, it's going to be 2 rem. So it's going to be different. Okay, so now after that, let's go to the skill item, the individual skill item, the grid item. I'm going to say dot skill item So if you don't remember, let's go back to the CSS. So if I say skill item, this is the actual item, the grid item right here. So that's what I'm targeting. So in there, I'm going to give it a display flex, and then I'm going to say width. I'm going to set that to 100%. Width, I'll set that to 100%. And then I'm going to align items. I'm going to set that to center. Okay, so that's that. And also I want to resize the image. It's too big. I want to make it a bit small. I'm going to say dot left. I'm going to say scale rectangle. Actually, not rectangle, section, sect, scale sect. And then I'm going to target the IMG, the actual image. I'm going to change the width to 70 pixels, which is a little bit smaller. Excuse me. Okay, so after that, I'm going to target the right section, right scale sect. I'm going to change from left to right. So for the, make sure you have a correct spelling, from left to right. And then I'm going to say width, I'm going to set it to 100%. And I'm also going to do a padding left. I'm going to do 1 rem. Okay, so there it is. So now we just need progress text. Okay, actually this is not the image. Remove the image selector. So left right section like this. So make sure you have the correct selection of the class. Okay, left right scale, I don't know what I'm doing, right scale section like this. Okay, so make sure, you just need to make sure your class namings, the selection is correct. So let's see, left, so this should be right. Make sure you change it to right scale sect. I'm going to copy this class name and then put it like this, and then you just have to make sure it's correct. Okay, so width 100%, padding left 1 rem, and then I'm going to do dot progress text. I'm going to say display. I'm going to set that to flex, and then I want to justify content. I'm going to say space between, because I want them to be spaced out in whatever width they're occupying. So now as you can see, they're spaced out, space between the width. Okay, so now they're spaced between, we're going to align them to center as well. Align items to center. Okay, so yeah, now as you can see, they're now centered. Okay, like this in the container. So now let's do the progress bar. We're going to do dot progress bar. So for the progress bar, I'm going to set the width to 100%, and then the height 0.6 rem, and then background color. I want to say var neutral 1. That's the background color, the initial, and then border radius. I'm going to set that to 16 pixels. You can set that to whatever you like. You can mess around with the value. And then I'm going to set percent relative, because we're going to be presenting absolute the child element, which is the progress. Okay, as you can see now, that's the progress bar, but we need the actual progress, which is going to tell us what progress the items have. Okay, so let's do the actual progress. We're going to say target the progress class. We set that to progress, and then the width, actually not the width, the height of that, we're just going to define the height to 100%. Make sure you set the height to 100%. So that's the height, and then we're going to do background color. We're going to do var. So the background color is going to be the primary color, and then position we're going to set absolute. We're going to say left, we're going to set that to 0. Okay, we want it to be at the 0 on the left, and then top also 0. And then we're going to do border radius. We're going to set the same thing to 16 pixels. 16 pixels. That's the border radius. Just in case, maybe we might actually, I don't think we're going to be doing animations in this section, but so just leave it. We don't need to do the transition anymore. Okay, but as you can see, the progress is not there. But so the progress that we want is for the CSS. So this is the progress, and then CSS, we need to give it a specific width, and then if we do Python, we need to give it a specific width. So in that case, I'm going to say, after the progress, I'm going to target the actual element that I want to give progress to, which is CSS. Okay, I'm going to say dot CSS. Okay, I'm going to give it a width. So the width, I decided to do this as I'm just going to do 80%. And then as you can see, for the CSS, we have a width of 80%. Okay, that's the width that we have there. Let me double check the container, skills container, skills container. Make sure it's skills container, because we're doing a grid here. Skills container like this. Okay, so now it's small. That means we're going to have another one here. So it's a grid. It's a 2-column grid. When I inspect, if I go to the parent, as you can see, it's a 2-column grid. Okay, so in here we're going to have another item. So make sure you select the names of the classes correctly. Okay, so that's it for the CSS item. I'm going to be duplicating this. So you can duplicate this as many times as you want. You just need to change the images around and the text. Okay, so duplicate the skill item, duplicate that, and then change from CSS to, let's say, Adobe Cloud, and then change the percentage to something like 75%. Okay, and then in the progress, change the class to Adobe for AD for stands for Adobe. So it's up to you what you decide to do. I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go back to the CSS. I'm gonna say .ad for Adobe. Just change the width to 75%. Actually, 75%. As you can see, the progress is now 75%. So we also want to change the image from CSS to Adobe like that. So we're going to have a different image like this. Okay, so we also need to do the same thing for the rest of the skills items. Okay, so for me, not to waste your time, I'm just going to paste them in instead of doing them in the video, which is going to, for you, it's just not good for you to like watch everything that I do, changing all these values. I'm just going to change them off camera and then paste them. You just need to change the images. Okay, so after the Adobe, I'm going to collapse this, and then after that I'm just going to paste in other items. Okay, so we have GitHub, Linux, Python, and JavaScript. So I just changed the data. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to the CSS and style those. So the classes for Python is py, JavaScript is JS. So just give them meaningful names. For I'm just gonna style. So Python, I'm gonna say width. I'm gonna set the width to 78%, and then I'm gonna change the background color to slate blue. That's the background color for the Python. I'm going to do JS. For JavaScript, I'm going to put the corresponding width and a different background color. So you can put any background color that you want. Okay, and also I have Linux. I've did a class of li for Linux and a width of 70%. Okay, and for GitHub, GitHub, I'm going to have a different background color for GitHub. Okay, and finally for Adobe, I want to have a different background color. And then for CSS, I'm going to do background color. I'm going to do var. I'm going to do primary. Actually, primary. It's up to you what you decide to. You know, give color, what values or whatever values you decide to give these elements here. So you can give them different background colors or the same background color. It's up to you what you decide to do, so it's really up to you. You just need to style this to whatever suits your needs. You can use different color, you can use different values, so you can mess around with the width, only mess around with the width, background color. So it really depends on you. So this the namings I've given for the progress bars for each individual progress item. So yeah, it really depends on what you decide to name these and the width or whatever images you decide to use. So these are the images that I wanted to go with. Yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next section where we're going to be working on this portfolio section. This is a custom grid, by the way, so I'll see you then. Okay, so now let's continue on the next section. So this section we're going to be doing the portfolio section. I'm going to be also running the live version for you to see the section we're going to be working on. So this is the section that we're going to be working on. Okay, so down here, after the section about, I'm going to be creating another section. I'm going to say section, and then I'm going to give it a class of section. So this is going to be the portfolio section. I'm going to say portfolio. Okay, we're also going to include this utility padding3 class. Let's put it let's put after the section portfolio, because we want to utilize the padding. Okay, so we're going to be using this class on this section as well. Okay, so what we're also going to be reusing this main title here. Copy the main title and paste it down here, and then change this title to actually let me double check what I've written here. It's my portfolio, I'm just gonna copy this and then I'm gonna paste it down here as well. Okay, so now we should have the title. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. So there's the title. As you can see with the padding, okay, we're reusing the utility class. Okay, so for the portfolio, I'm going to be creating another div here, down here after the title. I'm going to say portfolio. So down here, I'm going to say in the portfolio, we're going to have an image. Okay, so I'm going to say .img, actually .image. I want to include an image, and then here I'm just going to say img, and then I want to say portfolio image. I'm going to start with the portfolio. You can start with number 1. I'm going to start with portfolio 1, image number 1, and then I'm going to say I'm going to do an image overlay. Okay, so this is a div. Image overlay is a div. So the image overlay is I think it's like this background here when we hover. So as you can see, there's this color coming here. Okay, so after that we're going to have some icons. We're going to say portfolio icons. Okay, so make sure it's icons here. So here, go to font awesome and search for the icons. So I want to do so that's for the icon fab, and then I'm going to say .fa GitHub. Okay, so that's the class, and then I'm going to say .portfolio GitHub. Okay, portfolio GitHub, like that. Okay, so that's the, it should give us a GitHub icon. And then we also need to do LinkedIn and for YouTube. I'm just going to paste those icons down here. Okay, so we have Facebook and LinkedIn. Actually, not Facebook, I mean it's YouTube. So when I save, we should have those icons that they are. Okay, so the portfolios, actually this is the portfolio. So in the portfolio, it should be in a container called portfolios. Portfolios, it should be in a container. So this is the portfolio item here. So we can duplicate this portfolio item to make more, but it should be in a container called portfolios. Okay, that's it. So now let's go to the styles. I'm going to comment. I'm going to say portfolios, and then we're going to start doing the portfolio styles. Okay, so we're going to use a grid for that. We're going to say display. Actually, we're going to say dot portfolios. We're going to do a grid, display grid, and then we're going to give it a fixed height. We're going to say 90 VH. That's the fixed height we're going to give it. You can give it more or less, it depends on what you decide to do. So we're going to say grid template columns. We're going to say repeat. So we're going to have 4 columns. Okay, so we're going to say 1FR like that, and then we're going to have some rows. So grid template rows. So we're going to say repeat. We're going to have 3 rows. So 3 rows, they're going to go like horizontally. So we're going to have 3 rows going horizontal. Okay, so we're going to say 1FR. So these rows are going to be equally distributed on this height 90 VH, and also the columns are going to be equally distributed to the width of the container. Okay, we're going to give them a grid gap. So the grid gap, I'm going to give them 2 rem to make it consistent with the grid gap we've been giving before. So I'm then going to say also padding top. I'm going to set that to 3 rem. Okay, so I'm going to leave the grid items some spacing between the title. Okay, so I'm going to set the portfolio, the actual portfolio, to position of relative, because I'm going to position absolute something. I'm going to say overflow to hidden. Overflow. I'm going to say overflow. I'm going to set that to hidden. Okay, and then I'm going to target the image div dot portfolio. I'm going to say dot image. I'm going to give it width 100%, height 100%. I'm also going to give background size. We're going to set that to cover, so we don't want the image to stretch. I mean, actually, the background size, we don't need to give the background size on that. We actually need to put that property on the image. Okay, I'm going to say cursor to pointer, and then we're going to say position relative, and then I'm going to do border radius to 16 pixels. Okay, so after that, I'm going to target the portfolio, and then dot image, and then we're going to target the actual image. Okay, so for the actual image, we're going to say width 100%, height 100%, object fit. We're going to set that to cover, so the image doesn't stretch out, so it's going to scale nicely according to the container. We're going to say border radius. We're going to set that to 16 pixels. That's to be consistent. Let's save. As you can see, now when I inspect this, as you can see, we have a grid. So we have 4 columns and 3 rows as we specified. So I want the first image to cover 2 rows, to cover 2 rows and 2 columns. So it's actually easy to do that. I want the first one to do that. So the first one is, I'm pretty sure it is a class. I'm going to give it another class. I'm going to say portfolio. I'm thinking of a name. I'm going to give it another class called portfolio main. You can give it another class, it depends what you want, so the naming is up to you. Okay, so I want to say portfolio main. I'm going to say grid column. I want it to span 2. I want to cover 2 columns. Okay, so now it's covering 2 columns, and also I want it to cover 2 rows. I'm going to say grid row. I want to say span also 2. Okay, so I want it to cover 2 rows like that. Okay, same as here, it's covering 2 rows. Okay, seems like everything looks different for a bit. Okay, so let's keep going. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 grid items. Okay, so now I just need to duplicate this and change the images around. Okay, so duplicate the portfolio item here. So when you duplicate this, make sure you remove this class here. Okay, so remove the p main, so which is this is not the main portfolio item. I'm going to duplicate this multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna save. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, so that's what we got now. You can put more items, it's up to you. Okay, so now we just need to change the images that we have right here. So I'm going to be changing those images. Portfolio, I'm gonna say 2. I'm gonna change this to 3, 4, 5, 6, if I have a sixth one. I'm not sure if I have a 7 one. Yeah, 7. So just change around the images. So something is going on with this one. I'm gonna inspect. It's portfolio number, portfolios number 2. So portfolio main. Let me see. Okay, so it's a JPEG. Oh, it seems to be not working actually. I'm gonna put number 7. Doesn't matter. Portfolio number 7. Oh, I see why. Because of here we didn't put a double quote. We need to make sure it's surrounded with a double quote. Okay, so yeah, everything looks nice. We need to work on the hover effect now. Okay, so actually the overlay image is this. So now let's work on the other stuff. Okay, so now we've done the portfolios. Now let's work on the image overlay. Okay, so I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna say dot image overlay. I'm gonna say position of absolute, and then I'm gonna say top. I'm gonna do 50%. I'm gonna do left 50% because I want it to be centered. Okay, so I'm gonna do width 90%, height I'm gonna set that to 90% as well. 90%, and then I'm going to do transform. I want to translate. Okay, so I'm going to translate minus 50%. Make sure it's 50%. So it's a way to center. We're going to center the image overlay, and then I'm going to also put the scale x to 0. So we're going to scale on the x-axis. So as you can see, when I hover, it's scaling on the x-axis. So that's what we want to do. Okay, so the background color, I want to do var. I'm going to set that to primary. After that, we're going to do opacity. I'm going to set that to 1, and then transition, I'm going to do var, and then I'm going to do trans, and then a border radius 16 pixels. Okay, so when we have the portfolio, we want this overlay to show. How do we do that? So I make sure it says overlay here, overlay. So when we have the portfolio item, we want the image to show. I'm going to say portfolio, the portfolio item. When we have that, I'm going to say dot image. Okay, and then on hover, when we have that, we were going to interact with the image overlay. What are we going to do? We're going to do this, but in reverse order. We're going to leave -50, but we're just going to put this to 1. Actually, the scale, we're going to set that to 1. So now when we hover, something is going on. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Top 50%, left 50%, position is set to absolute. So the parent image overlay, it should be set to position of relative. Okay, so let me double check. img image overlay. Okay, so what did I set to position relative? Image. Okay, I'm going to remove position relative in the image. I'm going to inspect. Image overlay. Image overlay. I'm going to say position. I'm going to set that to relative to the image again. And then now I'm going to select the image overlay. Oh, there's something wrong with the translation. Okay, so position relative, put it back to position relative, the image overlay, the image, the here, transform, translate. Oh, it's not translate Y, it's just translate, not translate Y. Okay, so we're only translating, we want to translate anywhere we want, not only on the Y-axis, but X and Y together. Okay, so as you can see now, when we hover, it's coming. Okay, so that's what we are looking for. That's the effect we're looking for. Okay, so we also want to do the icons, so we want them to animate in. Okay, so to do that, those icons, we're going to be targeting those icons and giving a position. So here I'm going to say dot, I'm going to say dot portfolio icons. I believe that's the class name. Let me double check. Yep, that's the class name, portfolio icons. Okay, so portfolio icons, we're going to do display. I'm going to set that to flex, and then we're going to say position of absolute, and then top 50%, top 50%, and then we're going to say left 50%, 50%, and then we're going to copy this property. Okay, copy this property right here, but in this case we want to do -50% for the x-axis, and then for the y we're going to change that to 290 pixels. We want this to be starting at this value, 290 pixels on the y, and then I'm going to rotate this also. So we're going to use the rotate property. We're going to rate initially we're going to start at 270 degrees rotation. Okay, and then I'm going to do font size. I'll say to rem. Transition, we're going to do var. We're going to do trans, and then the opacity, we're going to set that to 0. The opacity. Okay, so I'm going to say dot portfolio icons. Actually this font size should be cut, should be in here, paste it here. Okay, I'm going to do a margin. So margin, I'm going to say top and bottom 0, 1 rem, left and right. Okay, so I also want to do the icons when we hover. How do we do that? So when we hover, I'm going to copy the, actually let's do the selector first. I'm going to do portfolio. When you hover, the portfolio image, I'm going to say dot image. When you hover this, the image in this, the portfolio, the image div. When you hover the div, I want the portfolio icons to show. So I'm going to copy this value here, copy, paste it down here. Okay, so the rotation, I'm going to remove that, and then I'm going to set that to 0, and then the y-axis I'm going to set that to -50% to make sure it's centered. Okay, and then the opacity, I'm going to set the opacity to 1. Okay, I'm going to save that. See, as you go, that's the wrong one. See, as you can see, now the icons are showing. Same thing here. When you hover, the icons, they spin in. Okay, then they show. So you can actually make these icons go to somewhere else, to an external website. So you just have to change this icon and put it into an anchor tag, and then you put the website you want it to go to, and then you put the icon in there, and then when you click it, it goes to that website. Okay, so it's up to you what you decide to do. You can put it into an anchor tag like that. Okay, so now we can actually make it like when we hover to get like a different color, or like this secondary color when we have one of these icons. So to do that, I'm going to say icons I'm going to select this and hover. I'm just going to say color. So the color I'm going to do var. I'm going to do secondary, I believe that's the name. When you hover, it should be second. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, it's secondary, but there's no transition. We can do the transition in here. Transition. Okay, so we can transition. We can do this var here, the trans variable. Okay, so now when we hover, there's a transition. Okay, so yeah, everything works as expected. That's it for this section. I'll see you on the next one, which is the services section. Yeah, I'll see you then. Okay, welcome back. So now let's work on the services section. I just realized I've also missed this image right here, so we just need to add that real quick. So go back to the index, and then we're going to include that image. Okay, so in the index, we're going to look for a place to add that image. I'm going to collapse the portfolios, and then I'm going to say dot overlay. Okay, and then I'm going to do image. In here I'm going to do img, and then I'm going to do bg dots. So, okay, so that's the image. So we just need to style that overlay. Okay, so to start the overlay, I'm just going to set the position to absolute. I'm going to do it here. I say dot overlay. I'm going to say position absolute, and then left, I'm going to set left to 14 or to 100 pixels, and then z index, I'm going to set that to -1. We want it to be below the content items, and then I'm going to say dot overlay img. We're targeting the actual image inside the overlay. I'm going to set the width of that image to 200 pixels. Okay, and also I'm going to say top for that overlay, the image overlay that I'm going to be using. I'm going to say top 16.3 RAM, or yeah, somehow it's not there. I'm going to save. Still it's not there, it's not showing, so something might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm reusing this class somewhere. Let me double check. Let me inspect this. I'm gonna look for the overlay. Oops, the overlay. Actually, I need to set the parent, the port. Which one is the parent of the overlay? So the parent for the overlay is the section portfolio. I need to set that position relative. Okay, so now there it is. Okay, so portfolios, I'm gonna say dot section portfolio. I'm gonna say position relative. I'm gonna say that percent relative. Okay, so now when I refresh, there it is. So now I just need to do the left value. So width, I'm going to say left 100 pixels. I'm going to say 140 pixels. Okay, so doesn't work. I'm going to inspect this. I'm going to try to tweak these values. Inspect, overlay, left, increase the value to find the values that you want. Okay, so yeah, like this, roughly 220 pixels. That's where I want this 220 pixels. So left, I'm gonna say 220 pixels from the left side. Okay, so yeah, now everything is good. Oops, yeah, there it is, everything's good. So now let's work on the service section. So for the service section, we're going to still using the utility class, and this title here, I'm going to copy this title. We're going to be using this. I'm going to collapse this section. I'm going to collapse this section. I'm going to say section dot section services dot u pad 3. Okay, we're going to be using the utility. I'm going to say services, my services. Okay, so now that's the title for the service section. There it is. Now we just need to work on the actual services. Okay, I'm going to do services, a div, services container. So con stands for container. So in here I'm gonna say create a service item dot service. Okay, so service item, and then in there we're going to have dot service image, and then for the service image you're going to be using an icon. I'm going to say I dot fast, and then dot fa search. That's the icon I'm going to be using, the search icon. Okay, so after that I'm going to have an h4. I'm just gonna say bug searching. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, searching. So make sure, I just need to make sure the spelling is correct. Okay, and yeah, after that I'm just going to do a paragraph lorem ipsum. I'm gonna do p lorem, I'm gonna say 13. Oops, make sure it's lorem. I'm gonna say 14. It's up to you what you decide to put. Just random lorem ipsum text. Okay, so that's that. Can also, yeah, I think that's it for that, for the service item. Okay, so there it is. Now let's start doing the styles. So the service items, as you can see here, it's going to be like, you can use a flexbox or a grid to display the service item. Okay, so if we do flex, they're going to be lined side by side. I'm going to do grid, which is quite quick. I prefer to use the grid when I can. So I'm going to be service container, okay, so I'm going to comment. I'm going to say services. Okay, so we're commenting, and then I'm say dot services container. What's going on? is this service or services container? Services container. Okay, so we're going to say display grid, and then we're going to say grid template columns, we're going to say repeat. We're going to do auto fill, something like this, and then I think we're going to do, actually no, it's like autofill, and then we're going to do min max. Okay, so the minimum width, I'm going to set that for 300 pixels, and then whenever, I believe this is the correct syntax. Okay, so that's that. So when I save, hopefully, yep, so the minimum width, as I've set that to 300 pixels, that means so this grid is going to be automatically responsive, okay, as long as the minimum width is 300 pixels. So that's what I set. You can set it to whatever value that you want. Okay, so let's do grid gap. We're going to set that to 2 rem, and then padding top, we're going to set 3 rem to make sure it's consistent. Okay, so now we're going to say dot service, the actual service. I'm going to say text align, I'm going to set that to center, and then I'm going to do display flex, and then we're going to change the direction. We're going to set that to column. Okay, and then we're going to say justify content to center, and then we're going to align items to center as well. Okay, so now let's target the icon. I'm going to say dot service, and then I'm going to say dot service image, which is the icon, and then I'm going to say padding. I'm going to say 1 rem, 1 padding around 1 rem. Okay, and then the width and height, I'm going to set that to 130 pixels. So we want this to be slightly rounded. I'm going to set the height to also 130 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to do display. I'm going to set that to flex, and then I'm going to align items to center, and then I'm going to also use the justify content property, and then set it to center as well. And then I'm going to say border. For the border, I'm going to do a 3 pixel border, 3 pixel, and then the border is going to be dashed, and then the color is going to be hash F7. So that's the color for the border. And then we're going to be doing this transition. We're going to do var. We're going to do trans for the transition. Okay, let's save. Let's see what we got so far. Okay, so there it is. So now we have a border. Okay, so now let's target the icon. I want to say dot service I. I'm going to say font size. I'm going to set that to 6 rem. I'm also going to say margin. I'm going to set that to 1 rem. And then I'm going to say background color. I'm going to set that to hash F7, like so. And then border radius, I'm going to set that to 10 pixels. I want it to be smaller than 16 pixels, what we've been using. I'm going to say padding, I'm going to set that to 1 rem, and then I'm also going to give it a color. I'm just going to paste in the color because it's quite a long color. Okay, so the values are there's quite a lot of values to type in, so I don't want to waste your time. And then transition, I'm going to do var, and then I'm going to do trans. Okay, and then I'm going to save. Okay, so something weird. Okay, so that's the background color. Okay, so let's see what we're doing wrong. Margin, we're setting that to 1 rem. Padding. Okay, so that's the icon. So here, oh, this one, it says service image. It's not padding top, it's actually padding around everything. So it's not, this one should not be padding top. Okay, so one padding around everything. Okay, so yep. Okay, so here, let me get rid of this padding. Let me see what's going on. Save. I'm going to say padding. I'm gonna say 0.8 rem, maybe, so we can leave sort of this spacing right here. Okay, so I can't actually remember how I left this spacing right here. So here, padding, border, flex. Okay, border radius. So yeah, actually I need to do a border radius here as well. Border radius, I'm gonna set that to 10 pixels as well, same as the inner content. So make sure also this one is rounded as well. Okay, so font size, I'm not sure if I've used 6 rem for the font size. This one is too big. I'm going to reduce the font size for that. This one I'm going to reduce this to maybe 3 rem. Let's see how that looks like. Okay, so yeah, 3 rem is okay. I'm gonna say 4, and also I'm going to increase the padding from 0.8 to 1 rem. Okay, so let's see what we got. 1 rem, like that. I think, yeah, it's quite similar. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I need to put my phone on silent. Okay, so yeah, that's for that. So now let's keep going. So now let's do the service image. I'm gonna say dot service dot s image, and then when we hover this s image on hover, what do we want to happen? Well, I want to change the border 3 pixels. The border is going to be 3 pixels still, dashed. And then I'm just going to change the color to var primary. Okay, so when we hover this, so now the border is gonna go to primary, like that. Okay, now I also want to do like this. When I hover the icon, actually when I hover this service image, I want to affect the icon itself. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do like this, and then the color, I'm going to use I'm gonna paste in the color. I'm going to say color. I'm just gonna paste in the color. Oops, I didn't copy it. So here's the color that we're going to be using on hover. Okay, like that. When you hover, the icon changes color. Okay, so that's kind of the effect we're looking for. So now let's keep going with the styles. So I'm going to say dot service. I'm going to target the h4, the header for the service, and then I'm going to say padding. I'm going to set a padding 1 rem, 0, left and right, and then I'm going to say font size. I'm going to set that to 1.7 rem, and then I'm going to do color. For the color, I'm going to do var primary. That's going to be the color, and then I'm going to do dot service p. I'm going to say padding top. I'm going to set that to 0.4 rem. Okay, I'm going to save. Okay, so there it is. Everything looks good. Okay, So far so good. So now it's only a matter of changing the data here. I'm going to duplicate the service, the actual service. I'm going to duplicate it. Actually, instead of me duplicating the services in the video, I'm going to just paste in the data which I've already changed, but it's the same thing. Just duplicate and change the title. Okay, so you just need to change the titles once you duplicate. So just change the data around. I'm going to paste. So the second service, so when you duplicate, just change the data. I'm just using the icon called microchip, and then for the third one I'm using an icon called pen nib. I don't know what that means. And then finally I'm using a Python icon. Okay, so you just need to change around the data. That's it. It's only duplicating the first one, which we've done here. Okay, so it's a grid, right? So I want to have 4 items actually. So we're using a minimum, a min-max, because this one is going to adapt, but I want to start with 4. So I'm going to make sure I go to the grid and decrease the minimum, the min-max. So I'm gonna set that to 240 pixels. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so I'm gonna set that to 240 pixels. So as you can see, everything works and everything is going to adapt, okay, depending on the screen size. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this section. I'll see you on the next one where we're going to be working on this contact section and the footer. Hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So now let's work on this contact section. So I'm going to be creating the contact. I'm going to collapse this section. I'm going to start with section, and then I'm going to say section contact, so to make sure it's a contact section. And then we're going to be using the utility pad number 3. Okay, so we're not going to be reusing that title anymore, but in here we're going to create a new title. We're going to say dot contact info. Okay, so in the contact info we're going to have an h4. We're just going to say contact me, and then after that I'm going to say h2. We're going to say request for a quote, like that, and then I'm going to do that, and then also I'm going to say dot email, and then I'm going to do an I dot fast dot fa envelope, like that. So that's the icon I'm going to be using. And then here I'm just going to have a p tag. I'm going to say Maclean's universal at gmail.com. so that's my email. If you want to email me about anything, you can email me through this email. Okay, so after that we're going to be reusing that navigation, the navigation we've done here up here. So I'm going to copy this navigation. Okay, we're reusing the same items in that navigation. So collapse this navigation, copy this navigation. We're going to reuse the whole thing. Okay, so collapse and copy this navigation. So after the contact info, I'm going to paste in the navigation. Okay, so in the navigation though, I don't want to reuse these icons. I'm going to get rid of these icons here, collapse and get rid of the icons. Now save. Let's see what we have before we do anything. So as you can see, we have the navigation. There it is. So when I inspect, for some reason there is a navigation, it has padding. I want to get rid of that, so I want to get rid of this padding. I'm going to say section services, so I'm going to say comment. So this section is going to be contact section, contact, I've selected the wrong class name, by the way. So I want to select the contact section contact dot section contact, and I want to target the navigation. I'm going to set padding to initial. Okay, only on this navigation, not at this navigation, because I'm saying contact section and then the navigation inside this contact section. I want to get rid of the padding and set it to initial, but to default state. Okay, so now we have the navigation. Now let's work on the styling this stuff here. Okay, so I'm just gonna say contact info, navigation. So I'm going to change the background color section contact. I'm going to say background color. I'm going to do var. I'm going to do neutral number 2. I believe that's the color that I'm going to be using for that. Yeah, that's the correct color. And then position, I'm going to set that to relative. Okay, and then here I'm going to say dot contact info. So for the contact info, I'm going to text align. I'm going to set to center. I want to align the text to center. Dot contact info H4. I'm going to target the H4. I'm going to set the font size to 2 rem, and then I want to say padding bottom. I'm going to set that to 3 rem maybe. Okay, and then after that I'm going to target the email, the icon, if you remember, email, and then I'll say padding top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 3 rem, 0 left and right, and then we're going to say display. We're going to set it to flex, and then justify content to center, align items, set it to center. Okay, and then I'm going to target the actual icon. I'm going to say email I for the icon. Okay, so margin 0 top and bottom, 1 rem left and right. Okay, so also the font size, I want to set that to 3 rem, and then I want to say opacity. I'm going to set the opacity to 0.8, and then the color for that, I'm going to paste in the color. I'm going to do hash. Actually, I think it's the var primary. It's actually secondary. Let's use the secondary color. Okay, so yeah, there it is. It's looking nice. Now let's do dot email. That's the div, and then the p taking the paragraph. Font size, I'm going to set that to 1.5 rem, and then I'm going to set the cursor to pointer. Okay, as you can see now it's much bigger. Okay, so I want to make sure there's also a padding. Okay, so I'm going to inspect email. So email, I'm going to give email padding bottom. So email padding top and bottom, we'll set that to 3 rem. Actually, yeah, we've done that already. Here, actually, I'm going to increase this from 3. I'm going to say 6 maybe. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong one. Save. So inspect, something going on. Contact info, email. Oops, navigation. Contact info, email, padding. So this shouldn't be padding bottom. It's actually padding like this. Okay. So I don't know why I've put padding bottom. That was an accident. Okay, like that. So now yeah, the navigation looks good. Or we can reduce the margin. So the nav item, we can sort of reduce the margin left and right to 1 rem. Okay, so we can say dot what's this, is it section contact dot nav item a, I'm going to say margin 0 1 rem, like that. Actually that's the wrong one. Inspect. So the actual nav item is the one with the margin. We don't need to target the anchor tag anymore. Okay, so yep, so there it is. Everything looks good. We've reduced the margin. So yeah, the contact looks quite similar. Looks the same really. So now let's do the footer. Actually, so the footer is quite easy to do. It's not going to waste a lot of your time. So after the main, so the footer is no longer in the main, we just type footer, and then we'll do p tag, and then I'm going to say at 2022. Okay, 2022, and then I'm going to say, I'm going to do a span, and then say Maclean's universal, Maclean's universal. Okay, so after the span, I'm going to say all rights reserved, like that. So that's it for the footer. So there it is, but we just need to go back here. I'm just gonna do like this. I'm gonna comment. I'm going to say footer. So I'm going to say footer, the actual footer. Okay, footer. I'm going to say padding for the footer is going to be 2 rem top and bottom, 18 rem left and right. Okay, like that. So now with the footer, then we can do footer, then I'm going to target the paragraph inside the footer, and then I'm going to do text align to center, and then color, it's going to be primary color, I believe. Yeah, that's what I've used. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this. You can actually do we can put a cursor to, I can do like footer, and then I can do span and do cursor to pointer. Okay, so when I hover, there's a pointer. I mean, yeah, that's it for this video. That's it for this website. So in the future, we're going to do a media query section. So maybe we might come back later on this website and do some media queries to make this website more responsive. Or you can do that as an assignment by yourself after sorry, it doesn't, my English is not coming out. So after when I show you how to do the media queries, that's when you're going to come back to this section and try to make this website responsive. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's weird, like when I try to speak in English, sometimes I can't think of the words to say, so it happens to me a lot. So yeah, I'll see you on the next video. So the next section, we're going to be looking at Sass, and then how to make a website using Sass and so forth. Okay, so yeah, that's it for this website. I'll see you on the next video.